Hey there, REM-PCs. Welcome to Rules of Cool, where we interview very special guests, creators, gamers, designers, and world builders. I'm your host, Rem, and today we're going to meet accomplished fiction and game writer Russell Zimmerman. And then stay tuned because up next at 5 p.m. PDT is the actual play of Shadowrun's Sixth World, Emerald Glitch. This week's giveaway is a pride pack of props from our own Jen Pauley and the Geek Forge. Type hashtag REMPC in the chat for your free entry to win. And for bonus entries, check out www.remalternis.com/Nguyen and patreon.com/remalternis. Your support helps pay our cast and crew, so we greatly appreciate it. Now, time to get right into our conversation for this week. So stay tuned, REMPCs. Hey, welcome back, everyone. I'm here with my friend, Rusty Zimmerman, or Russell Zimmerman, as you can find him in the author world. Welcome, Rusty.
Hey, Sarah, how's it going?
It's going great. It's good to see you after such a long time.
Yeah, you too. We were just bemoaning that my wife and I missed out on some cons this year. So that was our cheerful talk right before the show started was, I miss you guys all so much.
It's our one time to have friends in person anymore. How times have changed.
Right.
If my mom knew how many of my friends were internet friends now, she'd be so disappointed.
so many strangers on the internet you've met.
So many. Well, I would like to introduce you to our audience. So why don't you tell us a little bit about who you are?
How's it going, audience? Like Sarah mentioned, most of the time when I'm writing, I go by Russell Zimmerman. So I sound a little bit less like someone's dog. But day to day and on lots of social media places, I go by Rusty. I'm very glad to be here. It's always a pleasure to hang out with my fellow geeks and to talk about cool geeky stuff. So I got here by way of meeting through freelancer friends and some other podcaster streamer types, but Sarah and I have gamed together. We have hung out on Twitch together, all kinds of good stuff. So when I got asked to be on the show, I of course leapt at the chance.
It's funny because you were part of that group that I met at conventions when I was just getting into Shadowrun, and it was like, those are the Shadowcasters, and that's Rusty, who's like the Uber author, and I'm like, oh my gosh.
I just ran into somebody that geeked out on Reddit the other day. I just popped into the Shadowrun subreddit and answered a question that somebody asked. And I was like, hey, here's this blah, blah, blah. And they answered me. And then like 5 minutes after their response, they were like, OMG, I just talked to a god. And I was like, all right, calm down. Like it's nice to meet you, but it's okay, buddy. So yeah, it's that is never going to feel normal to me. And to an extent, I'm never going to stop doing that myself when I'm talking to Michael Stackpole or Jordan Weissman or somebody, Tom Dowd. I still geek out. So yeah, it's always kind of funny to me.
We're a passionate bunch, us gamers.
We are.
So let's kind of walk back through your history. How did you get started just getting into gaming?
Well, I first got into role-playing games actually on accident. I was a giant Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles fan back in the 80s, like all the cool kids were. And I had a lot of their comics and stuff. And my dad absolutely encouraged my geekery. Like he's who I got it from. He's the one that took me to comic shops when I was a kid, stuff like that. And he found Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and Other Strangeness, which was a Palladium RPG using the same core mechanics as like rifts and stuff. And they had an original Eastman and Laird black and white comic in the middle of the book. Like literally in the center was like a 5 or 6 page book, or little comic, just a little bonus thing in this core rule book for the game. And my dad like literally just popped it open to the very middle and saw comic book and thought the whole thing was a comic. So he was buying me some trade paperbacks, and then I also got that. And then it turned out his girlfriend at the time, her sons were really hardcore into D&D and stuff. They were like 10 years older than me. I was 10 or 12, they were in college. But like when I was like, Dad, what the heck is this? Right? Like I kind of had some elder nerds to ease me into it. So I got to read TMNT and Other Strangeness and a ton of their spin-off products first. Like that was my introduction to RPGs.
Mhm.
But believe it or not, the first game I actually played was my beloved Shadowrun.
Oh, wow. So you went from TMNT into the crunchy,
Yes.
dark world of Shadowrun.
And the TMNT stuff is particularly crunchy itself. All those old school 80s RPGs have kind of lovable layers of statistics and monotony in them between you and the gameplay. So they were particularly fond of percentile dice in character generation in TMNT. So lots of random rolls in that one and all that. So yeah, but very different than the D6s that have always been at the heart of Shadowrun. So
And what edition did you start with?
Very first edition in Shadowrun.
Wow.
Very first release. I actually picked it up the Christmas of 1989, right? Like very end of the year. I was supposed to be Christmas shopping for other people in the infamous Florence Mall, which is beneath the infamous Florence Y'all water tower in northern Kentucky. And I went to the B. Dalton and the Walden books there, and I was supposed to be buying stuff for other people. And instead, I found Shadowrun, and I hid a copy of it. And I went back like a week later with Christmas gift cards that I had gotten, picked it up, and fell in love, just head over heels. Absolutely.
I love that. And I love the relatable, like as a kid, being unwise in the holidays.
Yep. I was not budgeting my time well.
I would get, when they would bring vendors into a school, like an elementary school, so you could buy stuff for your family. And I'd always like pick out things I would like for my family. So like I got my grandpa a light up yo-yo.
Right. You're like, yeah, grandpa's going to love that. Oh, well.
And I can play with it whenever I want.
So it's the thought that counts, right? So, but yeah, I started with, very first core book, very first edition. The cover art, that awesome Elmore piece, was what got me. And then I opened it up to that intro fic and read it, just standing there in the bookstore. Keep in mind, like, this wasn't a Barnes and Noble, right? This was the olden days. And I just stood there and read the intro fic with Ghost, Dodger, and Sally Sung, my holy trinity, right? And I fell in love. So yeah, it's been a real kick to get to write them a couple times now too. So that's always a thrill, even these, 25, 30 years later.
That's so cool.
Yeah.
So that was your gaming, and you just touched on writing as well. So how did you begin writing for RPGs after becoming a gamer?
The transition from gaming to writing games was actually also Shadowrun's fault. I played online on a bulletin board system called shadowland.org, right, which was the Shadowland used to be and still is, but it's not quite Jackpoint, the more modern one. But Shadowland bulletin board systems used to be the kind of cool underground Shadowrunner hangout in universe. And shadowland.org was just something I found doing a random search one day on, I don't know, Yahoo or whatever, because it was like 1997, right? Like it was a while ago. and I found Shadowland, and something had me hop on, and it was just a play-by-post kind of forum, basically, and I got hooked, and that's where I met my wife. So I got fond memories of the place, but I played on there a lot, and it's a really easy transition from play-by-post to writing short fiction. So I started to do little like background stories for my characters, and writing very short fiction about what they were up to in their downtime, in
Hmm.
between jobs and stuff. And then from there, I went to the Dump Shock forums, which are now largely defunct, but it was another just online site for Shadowrun chatter. And they were doing some fiction contests, some fanfic stuff. And I got into a couple fan fiction contests, and I just kept winning them, which was fun. It's nice ego boost, but it was just fun to have more people read my stuff. And then I transitioned from there to talking to the Shadowrun line developer, Jason Hardy. I literally just messaged him one day and said, "Hey, do you need any writers?" And he was like, "You're that guy that did these fiction contests, right?" And I was like, "Yup." And yeah, so that's how I got started with Shadowrun. Prior to that, I had done a little bit of war game work. My first ever professional work in the writing industry was for War Machine, a tabletop war game by Privateer Press. I wrote a couple magazine articles for them, and I got those gigs because I wrote fan fiction on their forum. I met their lead fiction guy at Gen Con one year. He was actually running the D&D third edition version of their RPG, the Iron Kingdoms RPG. He was running like demo sessions of that, and he saw my username on my Gen Con badge because I put my forum name on there instead of my people name, right? And then he geeked out, which was so fucking backwards to me. He was like, "Dude, we love your stuff around the office." And I was like, "What? Like, what?" So he got the lead editor of No Quarter Magazine, which was a bi-monthly magazine that they had, and might still have. I don't know. I'm way out of date with them, unfortunately. But yeah, so I ended up standing there, and all of a sudden, in the middle of just a normal Gen Con, which I'd been going to for 10 years or so by that point, I just signed up to play this game I liked, right? And suddenly I was talking to the fiction line developer and the magazine editor of War Machine, and I did a couple articles for them, and that's what had me feeling my oats and reaching out to Jason and going like, "Hey, what's up? This backstreet deal." Like, I opened a trench coat and I was like, "You want some short fiction, man?" And it turned out they did. So I wrote some intro fic for Attitude, and that was my first ever published Shadowrun thingamajigger. And then it just really, really, really snowballed from there into a bajillion other things. So yeah, but I got started just absolutely with fan fiction, both on the War Machine front and on the Shadowrun front. It was the fanfic that did it. So yeah, shout out to everybody that just writes for fun.
I love that. That's awesome. And one of my favorite things is that the gaming community is so small that you never know who you're going to run into at a convention and meet and start up these relationships, just from you being in the right place at the right time.
Yeah, and it feels weird to call the community small when we're talking about Gen Con when there's, I don't know, 50,000 people, but the community itself is still really small, especially once you start to freelance. If you are a decent person, like if you're just okay to get along with and you turn stuff in on time, you are accidentally networking, whether you know it or not. So the jobs just kind of start coming in after that. At least that was how it worked for me. If there's one thing that I've learned from years of talking about this, often on panels with other freelancers, it's that none of us do any of this the same. Our writing process is different. The creative process is different. But also how we got into it is different. But for me, I reached out the first several times just really randomly. I wrote a video game, you guys, because I messaged the dudes on Kickstarter. Shout out Satellite Rain, big cyberpunk game, came out with 5 Lives crew several years ago, kind of a spiritual inheritor to the old Syndicate games, to my other old people in the crowd. And I wrote that video game because I didn't want to pay for the Kickstarter, but I wanted all of their things. So I literally just used like the contact us on Kickstarter. And I was like, hey, what's up? You guys need a writer? Right. and then yes, I wrote an award-winning video game, and part of my contract was literally, and give me one of everything from the Kickstarter. So that's why I have like a little Satellite Rain Lego and a t-shirt and all the rest of it, was because on top of the money, I had a writer in there that was, give me all your Kickstarter loot. So
I love it.
Couple of jobs. Yeah. Couple of jobs from reaching out to people, couple of jobs from just chatting with somebody, and a couple of jobs from a friend of a friend. In the years since then, it starts to get out of hand, and people will start, reaching out. Hey, we want to do a thing. You want to help us? Sure. So yeah, a little bit of everything.
We talked about War Machine. We talked about Shadowrun. We talked about the video game. What else have you written for?
Oh, okay, lots of stuff. I've done a bunch of Shadowrun stuff over the years. That's always kind of been my mainstream, but I've branched out in a lot of really fun directions. I got to write some fiction for Mutants and Masterminds. I'm in they've got a couple fiction compilations, but also the Nisaba Journal was how it's originally published. But I got to write some fun prose about superheroes, and that's interesting and fun. And it's another one where it's a role-playing game, so you're keeping the mechanics in mind. But yeah, superhero prose was neat. Speaking of superhero prose, I wrote in a project called Hellcats, which was actually really neat. It's a 69 author, which was just a coincidence, but it was a 69 author anthology that we all wrote as charity for this really nice old lady in Europe whose nephew was suing her to take her home. And a friend of mine that's in the writing industry reached out and was like, hey, we're looking for writers. So I actually ended up, the only theme we have is cats for this whole book. So there's some people writing about cats, some writing about cyborg cats in the future, some writing about the ghost of a dead cat, whatever. And I wrote about Cat Lad, a superhero that I made up in a superhero universe that I made up, who is fighting against the Womanagerie, which is a bunch of mutant felines that I made up. So it was just like, that was the cat story that jumped into my head, was some weird superhero stuff. So that's what I wrote. So yeah, I've done, that like cool charity anthology. I've been in some World of Darkness canon stuff, official stuff there, which is super cool, to late 90s Rusty, who was playing a lot of vampire and stuff. So yeah, I got to write for the Canite Conspiracies, Vampire Dark Ages anthology, and then Darkened Streets, which was a more modern anthology that includes some like mage and werewolf stuff. It's just general World of Darkness, but I did a vampire story there too.
Cool.
So yeah, some vampire stuff over the years, some Mutants Mastermind stuff. I wrote some stuff that I know Sarah knows about, but I'm not sure exactly where the rest of that project's at in publishing. So
yeah, we can talk about that.
Okay.
But go ahead.
I got to write a giant honkin' city, which was really cool. I'm scared I'm going to say it wrong because I always type it instead of say it, but Mayor Kuldashtra, I believe, is the pronunciation.
Yep.
There we go. I was close.
So close.
Yeah, so that was really neat to try and go kind of old school with it. And I busted out like the old Waterdeep boxed set, right? And stuff like that, going back to like second edition D&D and trying to pull out some of that vibe. So it was really cool. It was actually my first D&D work. I know it's not like I was exactly writing for Wizards of the Coast or whatever, but it's the first straight up D&D style or D&D world that I've done. So that was fun.
Yeah, for those who have watched us before, we had Danny and Avon a couple weeks ago to talk about Coddlesworth's Clockwork Circus and the comic book, and Rusty was one of our stretch goals for that. So was writing the city that that the main characters go to in the first issue, and really fleshing it out and making it into a D&D setting that's going to be released on Drive-Thru RPG.
Yeah. So that was fun, and it was neat because it was a different type of project than I've done before, and that's part of what I've tried to do with a lot of my new work is to I call it get an achievement unlocked, right? And just try to do something I haven't done before. So like right out of the gate with Shadowrun, I wrote adventures with Super Brawl Sunday, which was an urban brawl centric adventure that they did for missions at Gen Con. But then like the Elven Blood series of adventures, I did those. And then I did the Land of Promise setting ebook, and I did some mechanics with Way of the Adept. And that was all still 4th edition. That was 2 editions ago, but I was trying to just jump in and try to do different stuff and learn how it feels to write short fiction versus an adventure with all of those stats versus an in-universe setting book, which is what makes Shadowrun so fun sometimes, is most of the material is presented in universe and in character. So you can kind of play with an unreliable narrator a little bit, and you have these interruptions with commentary, and so that's very different than writing a third person omniscient style setting book. And that's very different than writing whatever else. So yeah, it's just been cool jumping around. Some of my most recent, hey, that's different work was for Gangs of the Undercity. I know that Opti is a friend of the show, but yeah, I wrote an awful lot of the character write-ups and little like biographies for the individual miniature characters in that one. I also designed one of the gangs, Atari Forever, the Rocker Boy gang, and those were both new. I hadn't ever written a faction for a war game before, and I hadn't done that sort of core book individual blurb for a bunch of I was going to say heroes. They're not quite all heroes, but yeah, that sort of work. So yeah, it's
achievement
fun.
Unlocked.
Yeah, exactly. And it was also kind of neat because I was circling back around to wargaming, which felt kind of fun, kind of back to how it started.
One thing I really enjoyed about you working on games too, from a distance, is you would post on, I remember you posting on Facebook, like which gang logo should be theirs, like, and kind of taking that like public poll and sharing what you're working on. And I thought that was really neat.
I do that, especially, of course, on my Patreon. But there's times that I've done like a poll on Patreon, and then I'll also post on Facebook and also post on Twitter. And like my Patreon backers count as like a whole third of the vote, so that the people that back me still kind of get a little more weight in my grotesquely imbalanced electoral college, But I just try to be really approachable and kind of interact when I can in places. I've written people from forums into novels before. The first time I did it, a dude shared a story about a really awful group that discriminated against him in Shadowrun. He was hosting people at his house to compensate for his disability so that he could stay at home and it'd be easier to take care of. And like he and his wife were providing the food and snacks while also hosting, which is all backwards to me. But like they were bending over backwards, and then people were complaining that he had to like go to the bathroom often because of his disability. And like it was so heartbreaking reading that story on the forum where he was just like, can somebody help me find an online game because I just got kicked out of this campaign. And it was like, all right, look, other people can help you find a game, but listen, my dude, let me talk to you about your character, please. And then I just tossed the guy in as somebody that Jimmy Kincaid knows,
That's awesome.
because that was part of the fun of Jimmy Kincaid Private Eyes. He knows all kinds of people, right? But I was just like, let me do this, man, to try and show you that the community does like you and the community does want you. So
that's
it's
really
fun.
sweet. And that kind of leads us right into my softball question here is what works are you best known for, Rusty?
Well, it's definitely going to be my Shadowrun fiction. Right now, most of that big Shadowrun fiction features my main man, Jimmy Kincaid. My most recent Jimmy Kincaid story, see if I can fix the glare, is this one called On the Rocks, which finally wrapped up the Jimmy Kincaid novel trilogy. But while the trilogy was in the pipeline, I got bored and wrote several spin-off novellas so they could all just kind of wedge in the middle of that nominally trilogy. So there's a couple spin-off ones, Adversary and Chaser and stuff like that they don't count. But yeah, so I've got a trilogy plus, let's say, of Jimmy Kincaid, hard-boiled noir PI, who is very much a loving homage to like Dirk and Wolf, from Nigel Findley's Dirk Montgomery stories and Michael Stackpole's Wolf and Raven. Those were just absolutely seminal works to me. And I always take it as just about the best compliment when people compare me to Nigel. He, of course, died tragically young after writing a ton of absolutely amazing stuff, and not just for Shadowrun, but especially for Shadowrun. But yeah, he was absolutely an influence on me in a lot of ways, including the source books he wrote, like the Tear Changer source book, right? So yeah, it's that vein of hero, and then a lot of stuff just kind of piles up on top of him and takes him out of his comfort zone of just being a noir PI. So that's been really cool. And Jimmy does also feature in my other most recent thing that I'm going to try and show off here again. And that is Shadowrun's first ever fiction compilation. This is Down These Dark Streets is what the book is called. And it's a collection of all of my short stories, just about all. There's a few that didn't quite fit in. But the intro fiction, that's the first thing I ever wrote for Attitude, is in there. Intro fiction for Shadowrun 5th edition is in there. The short stories that I wrote for Game Trade Magazine, which were only ever available at Game Trade Magazine, are now in there.
Oh,
so
cool.
it's the first time that Shadowrun has done that sort of collection, which was super flattering that it would be my stuff. I also crammed some extra crap in there because I had a couple things that were for projects that like got canceled and that sort of thing. And I just kept trying to like sneak them in with my editor. And I was like, hey, like we're really close to such and such a word count. I bet we could fit in one more. Right. And so like there ended up being like 3 or 4 new stories in there instead of one new story, which was supposed to be one. And I was like, no more. So yeah, we crammed in as much as I could. Super, super cool to have that sort of collection. And I also did like commentary on each story and at the front of the book. So it was really neat to go back, and sometimes kind of horrifying to go back and look at stuff that I wrote like 12 years ago. And for a lot of them, it's like, ooh, I would not have quite written that the same way, but whatever. It was neat. It was fun. People liked it. But yeah, so I've got little kind of intros to each story, telling people kind of how it came to be, and what I was supposed to be writing instead when I made this story. So it was a really fun little project, and it was neat to compile that stuff. So definitely some Jimmy Kincaid stories in there as kind of the capstone, but it was also really cool to have all of my older Shadowrun stuff in one place, partially because I could show off a little with how much I tried to make all of my Shadowrun stuff connect. I tried to have like recurring characters in a lot of them. I firmly believe that, like the Shadowrun community, the shadows are big enough for everybody, but the shadows of any given city in Shadowrun are small enough that everybody should know everybody. And sometimes they should ruin each other's day on accident by taking opposing jobs, or taking a job that starts a gunfight that blows a thing up that causes a traffic jam that affects somebody else's story, right? Just I try to do little kind of crossover stuff like that every chance I get. So
You've
it's
done that, those little Easter eggs and stuff from what I remember hearing too with Earth Dawn, if I'm not mistaken, right?
I've snuck in a couple. My Earth Dawn stuff is not out yet. It is unfortunately in development hiatus, which is my fault. They want the whole trilogy of novels done before they publish them, so it's a little different than what I normally like to do. I often use the momentum of fan feedback to work on the next thing, and I don't have that, right? So it's my fault, not theirs. But yeah, I've got a couple times in Shadowrun that I've snuck in a tiny little Easter egg of Earth Dawn stuff to show that they are still connected, because they are. None of that stuff has been retconned away, despite the cluster frag of licensing and different companies and stuff. All the old connections are absolutely still canonical on the Shadowrun side. And I also specifically talked to both line devs and just was like, hey, and tactically it was after we'd had a few drinks at Gen Con. So it's like made it a little easier. But yeah, I had a couple items show up in some Shadowrun books that are pretty central to the Earth Dawn stories once they come out. And yeah,
Cool.
So it's fun to just try and connect stuff and make it all feel a little bit more grounded to me. It makes it feel a little bit more lived in.
I like that. And I just thought of a question I'm going to ask you
Sure.
about a rumor I heard about you when people were pointing and saying like, that's the legend.
Okay.
And so I think this is a rumor of one of your legendary acts of writing a novel in a weekend or something like that.
It was not quite a weekend, but it was a week. It was for a while I was a history professor. Shout out to Tarleton State University. And I was adjunct faculty, which is technically part-time, of course, just look at the pay, but also freelancing part-time. And it was really hard to do both, but I'm a lunatic and I love history and writing. So I was doing both. And I realized that the week after spring break, I was given midterms. So then I had to grade them all. That's the worst part about being a teacher, really. So I was going to have 200 some odd midterms to grade. And I kick it old school because I don't know how to work a Scantron machine. And we had like short essays and stuff. So I didn't, grading stuff took me a while. It was hard. So I was like, poop. I should really probably finish this before midterms. And then I did. I started it when spring break kicked off, and I sent it to my editor on the Thursday of spring break, and Dunsky. So yeah, that was don't do that. That's not the good way to do it. But every now and then, when my schedule permits, that's how I write stuff. I just kind of get in the zone and see my wife for meals, and that's about it, and just kind of hang out here at the computer and write an awful lot. Sorry, go ahead.
I think the rumor of the legend was far more dramatic, where you closed the door and only opened it to receive meals and go to the bathroom.
It's not quite that dramatic, but it's pretty close when I get going. I can't say that every piece that I have written for a Shadowrun anthology, which is a couple of those that were on screen a minute ago. They're not all me. Some of them are anthologies. I've just got a short story in. But everything that I've written for a Shadowrun anthology, I wrote in one sitting, specifically on a Sunday afternoon, because we tended to get emails from John Helfer's Calling for Fiction on like a Friday. And I would think about it whether I meant to or not on Saturday night driving home from gaming, because I was all amped up. This was in the olden days when we got to game in person with people. And I would be driving home and I'd be all amped up from geeking out. And I couldn't help but kick around some story ideas while I was driving and while my wife was sleeping in the car, because we'd be up pretty late gaming, because otherwise what's the point in gaming?
Right.
And then, yeah, I would write them on the Sunday afternoon before I had to like go back to work. So yeah, every single one of my little anthology pieces and a good chunk of my intro fiction was from remarkably productive Sunday afternoons.
Cool. Well, I'm going to pause real quick because one of the things that I wanted to do on today's stream is talk a little bit more about the giveaway than we usually do, because it's a little bit of a complicated giveaway this week. So you guys know Jen Pauley, who plays Violet in Emerald Glitch to follow this show. And she runs her own company called The Geek Forge. And I've interviewed her for Rules of Cool before. But she has donated a Pride pack for this episode's giveaway. And so that includes patches. I think there's an Anarchy patch or several Anarchy patches. There is a fire prop that actually I'm really jealous because I love her fire props. They look really dramatic in photos and are really great for cosplays. And I have one, but this one is a multicolored that you can like set it to different colors. You can have red, you can have multicolor, you can have blue, you can have green and stuff like that. And I'm very jealous. I don't qualify for the giveaway, but you do. So in order to qualify, you get a free entry just by typing into the chat #RemPC. And if you're very excited about it, which you should be because they're super cool, you can also go to remalternis.com/Nguyen. For every $5 you donate, you get an extra entry to win. And our top donors of every day can submit anything you'd like us to read at the end of Emerald Glitch for whichever player you want to read it. Usually people make me read puns because they love the pain that it causes and the rage within me, but that's entertainment, I guess. But so we've got some pictures here that that Teslan from Tech have been showing of the giveaway. And because it's a little more complicated, I wanted to explain that a little more and give Rusty a chance to get a drink of water before I barraged him again.
I live in Texas. I need it sometimes. Sorry.
So getting back into it and kind of touching back on what we were asking with your best known series and stuff like that, for a brand new fan, what is the book to start with for Rusty?
Oh, geez. Honestly, I would go with Down These Dark Streets. The one that I mentioned a minute ago on accident, just because I wanted to show off that it's a hardcover, which is my first hardcover. I've got so that's fun.
Achievement unlocked.
Exactly. Like it's already cool when I get just a paperback instead of an ebook, but that one I actually got a hardcover. So that was pretty but yeah, if you want to get just a little taste of a lot of my different types of Shadowrun stories, that's definitely the way to go. And you can see who you like in there. And if you like the Jimmy Kincaid stuff, then it's real easy to segue into Neat and then into, the trilogy of novels and stuff. So that's all real cool. If a noir PI doesn't sound up your alley though, and if you're looking for a jump in point that will not make you be behind other fans, my latest Shadowrun novel just released like a month ago, and it's called Blackbird 1, Base of Fire. And it's a brand new character, a brand new take on the setting. He is a young man growing up in the 2030s at the start. So the trilogy is taking you all through the Sixth World timeline and kind of showing off how messed up it is, right? And by being there in the middle of a lot of it. So it's a very different story. It's this first one in particular. He's grown up in the rural Cascade Orc territory out in the mountains. I was kind of pulling from some parts of my own childhood in the mountains of Oregon for some of this, pulling from my own time in basic training in real life. Shout out to Fort Leonard Wood. For part of it, it's just a very, very different Shadowrun story. So that one would be another cool kind of jump in point. If you want to jump right into new stuff, look for Blackbird 1, Base of Fire. If you want to look at my old stuff and see kind of how I've changed as a Shadowrun writer, then I would go with Down These Dark Streets.
Cool. Awesome. So we've talked a lot about fiction, but you mentioned at the beginning of the show that you, one of the ways we met was live streaming. So you live stream for actual plays. Can you tell us how you kind of started getting into streaming?
I do not remember. It was definitely just Opti or somebody from like the Shadowcasters network back in the day before it's spread out now a little more. It was definitely one of those guys just asking me to be on the show and do some interview, and I said yes because I try to say yes to every interview and thing. I think I've said no like twice ever, and that's because it was scheduling stuff, really. So I just try to be really approachable, and every interview I give is an opportunity to tell people how my idiot self just dumb lucked into this, right? and you never know what you can dumb luck into. So trip and stumble and follow your dreams, kids, right? But yeah, so I like giving interviews. It's a good time. So I did some interviews, and then from there, it's probably Opti's fault again that first asked me to do a game or something. So I just started kind of doing it that way. The game that we were in, of course, was Rockin' in the Weird West. And that one I just blame on Max and Cassie because they just straight up asked me at Gen Con. So that one, I know exactly who was to blame. But yeah, a lot of them, it's just kind of been a part of the freelance community being so small that everybody knows everybody, and it's real easy to start volunteering for stuff once you do so once. So yeah, I've been lucky enough to play in a bunch of really cool games. It was a long-running Earth Dawn game with some really cool folk. I'm currently still in some episodes of Shadowrun Origins that I know are still streaming. So yeah, just lots of fun opportunities to play with fun people.
I haven't said this publicly yet, but I think I'm allowed to now. Guess who's the newest cast member of Shadowrun Origins? I haven't built my character yet. So.
Yeah, chat has to guess, not me. I already know, but
you knew?
Yeah.
It's a small community.
Yeah, I mean, it came up in the conversations. I recently bowed out, but there is a backlog of my episodes awesome. Still coming. I'm moving in a couple of months, and I'm trying to cut back on some of my routinely scheduled things just to not be stretched too thin with the move. But yeah, it was a really good time playing some Shadowrun with some good people. So yeah,
definitely. It's a good group.
Yeah.
So what are you live streaming now? And where can we find it?
At present, the only thing that I am still shooting on a regular basis is actually the game that I run, which is maybe the world's longest running Song of Ice and Fire RPG. It's been going on for about 3 years now, all told, with a couple of delays here and there, but mostly we have been really, really on with every other weekend. But that campaign is also entirely up on YouTube. If you do a search for A Sea of Spears, you can watch my beard evolve for 79 episodes now, I think. So it has been going for a while. And we are definitely
really the best and only reason to watch Sea of Spears is the evolution.
Yeah. that's the way to measure the what arc we're in, is what was Rusty's beard like for that stretch of campaign. But yeah, we're definitely in the kind of end game, and winding it down and kind of ramping it up at the same time in these last couple episodes. A lot of poop has hit a lot of fans, some big twists, some big reveals, some big plot stuff. So it's been a really good time. And it's my baby. So you can find my YouTube channel. The easiest way is just to do a search for Sea of Spears, and you'll find it there. Or you could start watching us play it live here on Twitch. My Twitch tag is Play the Game. You can find me here in the chat right this very minute. It's Play the Game with a 1 instead of the L, so that I'm one of those cool internet people. But you can find that, and we still stream it every other weekend. And yeah, that's the way to get it live instead of a couple days later on YouTube.
Awesome. So what is, just to kind of wrap up at the end of our episode here, I want to hear your favorite game story while playing Shadowrun, something that happened at your table that you're like, yep, this is the stuff of Legends now.
All right. First off, the coolest thing that's happened to me while playing Shadowrun, I got to mention it again. It's how I met my wife, right? So she's got to take the number 1 spot. And I was kind of because my character seduced hers. So we started hanging out more. My absolutely mundane elf lost his amnesia and learned that he was from the tier and that they might be after him. So he started hanging out at her house because she was the combat mage of our party, and we knew that her place was warded. So he wooed her with the first date, showed up with a box of flowers, and then a second box from the flower place with a combat shotgun in it that he had used the armorer skill to like gussy up for her.
Flowers and guns, the way to a woman's heart.
Yeah, everyone's heart. So because he like very ruthlessly seduced her to hang out with the party mage, initially it's grown since then, don't get me wrong, but we started interacting more in character and then hanging out a little bit more out of character, and then I feel like 16 years into our marriage, it's safe to say things have gotten a little serious since then. So that's got to take first place. But let's see, for just crazy over the top dice rolls, I've got 2 that I can share. One of them is a spoiler for Shadowrun Origins, though. So I don't know if they want me to do that one. But let's just say bad things happen to attack helicopters around my characters. It's happened 3 times now with 2 different characters. But the first one, and the one that I know is absolutely not a spoiler, is from Shadowrun 3rd edition, lo, these many moons ago. We were playing through the brain scan adventure kind of campaign, right? It's a bunch of connected adventures, one big arc. And we were playing through it with the like actual original Demon Seed Elite and Pistons, who were players on Shadowland.org that got into freelancing for Shadowrun. So if you see those names in old school Shadow commentary, that's them. Cool. And they also worked on some adventures. In fact, Pistons wrote the Tyr Tangier adventure in Corporate Punishment in 3rd edition. And that story was where this character of mine lost his amnesia. We tied it into this canon adventure. It was all really cool. So we were playing through these adventures with the people that wrote them, and they were messing with us by making them harder with like cut content and whatever. But I had a character that was a super duper long running Street Sam that kind of surged into being an adept when Surge hit and Haley's Comet. So he had some subtle adept stuff because he had a very low magic score that kind of rounded him out as a character. But his mega coolest number 1 moment was taking a Hughes Stallion heavy armored chopper out of the air with a single bullet from an Ingram Supermock, which was his token submachine, like his go-to submachine gun, his signature weapon. And he had one shot left in it and fired on semi-auto for a weapon that did 6L damage in third edition, which was like light pistol damage, right? Because it was just a submachine gun. It was mostly all about shooting extra long bursts. And yeah, one single bullet of APDS, so armor piercing rounds. I had leftovers because we used all APDS to go through brain scan because you're fighting so many drones. So yeah, I had one shot, fired one semi-auto shot, and just rolled so stupid well that I did full damage and took an attack helicopter out of the sky with one shot. So yeah, it was pretty dumb. If you've got a character that is super specialized enough in their favorite gun, and you've got that back in the day we had combat pool to just completely front load a die roll and make it really, really good, and then you roll well, you can do some crazy stuff. So awesome. A recurring trend of mine. The other two times happened in Shadowrun 6th edition. So I guess I gave helicopters a break for 4th and 5th. I tried to let them back off and leave me alone, and they just weren't having it. So then twice now in 6th edition, I won't say exactly when, so I'm not spoiling exactly Shadowrun Origins, but twice now, my character has soloed attack helicopters in Shadowrun 6th edition. So yeah, helicopters. Long-running feud.
They now fly scared of Rusty.
They should.
So, last question for you: where can we follow you to learn more and find more of your stuffs?
Absolutely. Like I mentioned, first and foremost, I'm here on Twitch with Play the Game with a 1 instead of the L. I used to stream PC gaming pretty often, but again, as we're ramping up towards this move, I've tried to cut back on my routine schedule. So I'm going to try and get back into streaming in a few months, but you can still use that for Sea of Spears, which again, also my YouTube channel, which is a mixture of Sea of Spears and the occasional Overwatch Play of the Game. So just general geekery there. But you can reach out to me on Facebook, where I'm rusty.zimmerman14. I guess there's 13 other of me running around. That was the official number it assigned me. So I'm Rusty Zimmerman on Facebook. You can find me there. And on Twitter, I go by Russell Z. So just RUSSELLZEE, like spelling out the letter Z. So find the Russell Z there. Or you can catch up to me on Patreon, where my account name is Critias, CRITIAS. I just recently transitioned my Patreon over from a monthly to a per project bill, because again, I'm trying to cut down on my regular scheduled stuff so I don't overextend with the move and everything. But you get a honking ton of fiction and of game reviews and of character generation essays. That's kind of my favorite form of RPG review, is to try and look at an RPG through the lens of generating a character, and what that tells you about the game and stuff. So I've done some essays that are like that, and yeah, just a bunch of stuff on there. So my Patreon is again at patreon.com/Critias. We got the Twitter, we got the Facebook, we got that. It's just about everything.
Awesome. Well, Rusty, as always, it's just delightful to talk to you. And we should not wait so long before we do it again next time.
Absolutely right back at you. Thanks for having me. It's a good time. And again, just any chance I get to tell people how easy it is to kind of sometimes get your dream job, right? Like how you can just kind of luck into it by being passionate about it. Yeah, whatever your dream job is, go see if you can luck into it by being passionate about it.
Awesome. And thank you again for all the work that you do in the gaming industry and bringing our worlds to life.
Of course, it's hard not to love the games you write for. In fact, I think that's why you should. So all I'm ever doing with any job that I get is letting that geekery out and try to just share my love of a game with other people. So yeah, it's always a pleasure to get to do that.
Awesome. All right. Well, thank you guys. Stay tuned. We will be right back after this. Up next is Shadowrun's Sixth World Emerald Glitch and the Revenge of the Green Mansion. Don't forget that we have a wonderful giveaway of a GeekForge Pride Pack of patches and fire props. Enter to win by typing #RemPC in the chat. You can get additional entries to win by going to our donation page at www.remalternis.com/nuyen or patreon.com/remalternis. All donations help us to pay our cast and crew and keep producing content. And our biggest donors can have a message read at the end of the episode by the Shadowrunner of their choice. So check it out. And did you know that we have more shows like Shadowrun Emerald Glitch on our Twitch channel? We stream 5 to 6 days a week over on twitch.tv/Master of Rem, including the Dresden Files RPG, Shadowrun 5th Edition, and more. Check us out and give us a follow. Thank you all for joining, and we'll see you next time, where we'll talk with Emerald Glitch's own Randy Alvarenga, talented actor, live streamer, and gamer. So we'll see you next time, RemPCs.
In the land revealed beyond the shroud, they came in search of answers. Drum had always known her place, but Imari never found hers. Which stories rest in this arcane book? What tales can be spun? Who covets its mystic pages? And to what lengths will they go? Perhaps a mythkeeper will weave together these tales in an age to come. But we have an opportune luxury, my friend. For we can see this magnificent performance with our own eyes. Just have your tickets ready. Cottlesworth's Clockwork Circus, Issue 2. It's time to start the show.
What a spell.
Spells.
She says spell like 92 times.
You gotta feel it.
Spell, 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 spell.
Oh, what the heck?
The earth has changed. All that once was is no more. Cities renamed. Power reshaped. Races reborn. Reality reimagined. Violence unleashed. The earth has changed. She no longer sleeps. She has awakened.
Ready to level up your cosplay game? Check out the Geek Forge on Etsy. With a variety of props to give your photos that extra spark, you'll find just what you need. Hold magical fire in the palm of your hand, or take a potion to restore your mana. With a large variety of colors, you can choose your own magical flavor for your cosplay. Bring drama to your photo shoots with these vibrant props and more, all available at the Geek Forge. Are you ready to level up your cosplay?
you're live.
Hey there, NPCs. Welcome to our actual play of Shadowrun 6th World, Emerald Glitch. I'm your GM, Bob, Dr. Meat Grinder Loper, and tonight's run is The Revenge of the Green Mansion. Welcome to our actual play of Shadowrun 6th World, Emerald Glitch. I'm your GM, Bob, Dr. Meat Grinder. So, last time we started a mob war. Let's see, a couple sessions ago, our runners retrieved the 7 Emerald Sins, and last time they sold them to Dr. Rose Winters, who was interested in them for making deals, she said. And so it's just a few nights later. So we're on the streets of the Seattle Metroplex. Checking in with Curie. And tell me what Curie's life is like right now.
Well, she was finally able to get a place. She's still very low lifestyle, but she's not sleeping behind a dumpster this week.
Okay. So you've upgraded to low lifestyle.
Yeah, that's nice. Life's improving in that way. She's a little perturbed by being followed by the one mafia maitre d' last time, but after wrecking the car, haven't seen any sign of him since then. She took her time processing the direct confrontation with Fisher, because she will not respond in the moment to a confrontation from a man. She's more like, hey, when does this get to a line where I have to blow you up? So she has processed it in the after effect and has sent him a very long word vomit text. So I do have that if you want me to read that text.
Oh, sure.
Okay. The subject is called professionalism. You guys can't see Randy's face, but I can, and it's wonderful. All right. While you may not appreciate my demeanor, I get the job done I'm paid to do. I'm not interested in making friends. I only ask that my team is competent and professional. While I was pleased with some of your work proving fruitful, your behavior has become hostile and unprofessional. You are so eager to ensure I don't hate you that you overlook the fact that I do my job to keep the team successful and protected. I pulled your body out of a firefight when no one else could have, the very same day you attacked my demeanor against you. I completed your risky task when I saw a reasonably safe opportunity to do so, despite you talking over me when we were supposed to be planning as a team, which you reminded me to be a team player, despite not listening to my concerns. Proving you are not interested in what I have to say about the job we are working, I disengaged from the argument that you kept pursuing despite my discomfort, and yet you accused me of not being trusting. Do your job, and I'll do mine. That's what a team is. If I can't trust you to do your job, researching when we have leads instead of throwing a tantrum and playing your video games. You have yet to spend time researching Nini, the Octagon Triad, and the 2 supposed Lone Star detectives, or the maitre d' or restaurant chef that were following us. Instead, you get emotional on the job, going so far as to be passive-aggressive with me in front of a client. I run the shadows to survive and get paid to keep surviving, not to coddle your overactive ego. Do your job, I'll do mine, we'll get paid. That's my expectation of you, and all you need expect from me.
Okay. So as you hit send on that, you hear down the street automatic weapons fire.
Oh no! Well, that was...
And probably the first thought that passes your mind is, at least I have a place now that's not in that.
Fair, very fair. I'll go ahead and cast Mage Armor on myself.
Okay.
And take like that slight little peek behind the curtain to see if I can see what's going on.
Oh yeah. So as you sort of peek behind the shade out onto the street, you see probably the unluckiest guys in Seattle this year. The two I-5er gangers that you met your first night, who were harassing the Pixie.
Oh.
They are being you look just in time to see them take bullets and fall over. Because they are caught in the middle of a crossfire between let's see here, we've got two of these guys, trolls wearing suits and carrying assault rifles.
Don't like that.
There's a car nearby, and then still on bikes, half dozen of these guys. Humans or elves with clear triad markings and submachine guns, and they're sort of shooting back and forth with each other. And so that's what you see and hear at this point. Okay.
Rolling my drain 2 for you.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, good. So yeah, elves and humans versus trolls, all gangers. So I'm happily safe up here and gonna go further into the apartment so that any stray bullets don't come through and nick me.
Okay. So you sort of hunker down in your newfound DOS. As the bullets continue to fly, you're pretty sure there's at least one reload per side. There are a lot of bullets going back and forth between these guys. And eventually, after several minutes, the gunshots die down. And you hear a car speed off.
All right. If they die down, I'll do another little peek. I'm doing the nosy neighbor peek right now.
Not nosy enough to get shot, but still nosy neighbor. So you peer out. You do see... actually, go and make a perception test.
Okay. Oh.
Okay. Fair enough.
With one eye behind the curtain still, it's just not picking anything up right now.
Yeah, so it's your basic black Ford Americar. You don't get any vision of the plate. You do notice there's a lot of blood where the trolls were. The 6 triad gangers are down, but a couple of them are sort of crawling messily and bloodily toward their bikes.
That doesn't concern me. What concerns me is both, I think, the detectives and the Mater D had a Americar. So
it's a Ford Americar. Those are frightening.
They're everywhere.
They're everywhere.
But I'm highly suspicious as an individual. So I think I from my crouch position, peeking, I continue to fall into the dilapidated couch as I leave my body and chase the Americar to get a glimpse of who's in it.
Okay. So you astrally project. So you as your astral form sort of swims out into the night, you do sense this sort of lingering, what is probably going to be temporary background count. The mana ebb or the mana flow from the from the death that pervades this area, and it's probably going to be momentary. But it's a fairly emotionally charged incident.
It's expected.
And as you sort of fly out and into the car, why don't you go ahead and make a sensing test? Okay. So with 5 hits, so these are trolls. They're both injured. One of them, the passenger, is more seriously wounded than the driver. It's a Ford Americar, so the passenger is in back. And the driver's sort of driving like this because the car was made for humans. And so he's like sitting like you would straddle the center console and reach over and grab the wheel and apparently drive with your left foot somehow.
So based on the astral signatures, I don't recognize the trolls.
You do not recognize the trolls.
Okay. Then I don't really care, and I leave. I go back to my body. Not my problem. Not my fight.
So they're kind of dressed like the mafia guys were. If that makes any difference. It's like they and Luigi Bianco had the same tailor.
If I notice that, I'm going to follow the car at a distance and keep an eye out for spirits.
Okay. Go ahead and make another. This will be just a sensing test, not the signatures. And if I hit the right tab there. Okay. So you have no trouble following them. They go nowhere that's warded. They pull up at a small storefront with a sign that's unlabeled, and they go. They sort of give a knock, and it's one of those secret knocks. It's not just bang bang bang. It's knock 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 knock. There's a secret knock that goes on, but you've now heard it. In case that ends up mattering.
Okay.
And the door opens, and the driver sort of, with the passenger sort of over one shoulder, is helping him in.
Do I recognize the person who opens the door?
You do not. That person is a human. And they are dressed in medical whites.
So this is probably a street doc of some sort.
And you have no trouble getting in. The place isn't warded.
Yeah.
And it is definitely a street doc.
Well, I'll add that to my Seattle area knowledge. But I debate sending a text to the group, telling them about it, because it could be nothing, but like it's one of those, like, if I go missing, I'd rather someone knew about it. So I'll just send it to Violet.
Okay.
And I'll just say, hey,
since you just sent the other text.
I mean, that wouldn't bother me. I'm back in work mode now.
Okay, something's happening. I'm locking up.
An emoji of like a house. It says, "Gotta protect your homestead."
I flip my eyes to Astral as I look around the lodge I'm trying to build, but need a lot more money for still.
There's always more money to be had.
Always. So.
All right. So we will we will transition to Fisher.
All right.
Meanwhile, at Fisher's DOS,
Yep.
this is the text you receive just as you're sitting down to do research.
I read the message and I respond with, Dearest Curie, thank you for your message. The fact that you took the time to write such a long message means that our argument at least meant it affected you a lot. And that means something to me. I'll be honest, that it doesn't bother me that a runner would, for whatever reason, decide they wanted very little to do with me. I'll be honest that it does bother me, sorry. Despite me trying my best to be kind. But truth be told, I don't know where you're coming from, and that's my bad. I'm sorry that I haven't taken the time to give you the space that apparently you need. Working in a group is new to me. I only got into Shadowrunning to make a difference. But you haven't ever took the time to get to know me. No, you've never really took the time to get to know any of us. And if we are going to continue working as a unit, I at least want to know we trust each other. That's what matters to me. Instead, you treat me like I am this group's living research computer. Like I have no emotions or feelings. And that hurts. And though, yes, I want to get paid, more than that, I want what I'm doing to have a purpose. And I hope that the people who choose to work with me are the same. I will do my best to not bother you, as it seems my presence does. But all I ask is that you at least, please, treat me with some respect as a living being. All right. Signing off, Fisher. And then there's like a little symbol at the bottom of the text of his like.
Do you stamp your matrix icon?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And I send that. And then he goes to himself. He's more frustrated that he let on in that message. But having remembered the words of Jen, he's doing his best to try to be kind. Regardless of that, we were just followed, by some guys. So we need to look into that. But you know what's bothering me? Mr. Bell. Let's look into you, Mr. Bell. And he cracks his knuckles, and then he's going to go into the Matrix to do some research on the Green Mansion, Mr.
Right.
Bell, and all these things.
Mr. Bell and all these things. All right, so what would you like to look at first?
I want to look at any information I can get on the dealings of the Green Mansion as it would be with people like on the web, like sort of in darker circles where people are ordering things from them. Whenever we call Mr. Bell, there is a very clear transactional thing going on there, right? And I don't know what that's about. What is that all about? So I'm trying to figure out if there are any signs of people talking about services that they may have gotten from the Green Mansion, what those services were. I'm sort of trying to trace that information back to try to get some more understanding. And knowing that Mr. Bell enjoys a good murdering of people, that is going to be something that I'm looking for. Any kinds of communications followed by the murder of
Green Mansion wet work, things like that.
yeah.
Okay, so go ahead and make a matrix search. So this this will be computer plus intuition.
Okay, let's go. Computer plus intuition. Every time I come to this sheet, I'm like, there is so much on it. It makes my head hurt. Computer plus intuition, right?
Oh, very nice. Okay. So this takes you a while. You So first of all, the Green Mansion doesn't show up on any common keyword searches, but you know that because you've tried that before. As you go down deeper into the shadow web, you're about a half step away from trying to log into Jackpoint. And you do see, I mean, as much as whispered on the Matrix, it's whispered rumors on the Matrix about something called the Green Mansion. There are sort of two sets of rumors. One is sort of a high society, and one is sort of a shadow.
Oh, I definitely want to know about the shadow.
Shadow, okay. Yeah, so these rumors are the Green Mansion's been around for a long time. Since before Shadowrunning was a thing, before there were such things as such people as Shadowrunners, they did the people who worked for Green Mansion did those sorts of things. Like anything that now would be sort of lumped under Shadowrunning, they did it back then. This was even back before the Awakening, they did this sort of thing. Including things like wet work.
Explains Mr. Bell's proclivities. Got it.
Mm-hmm. There are most of what they did or do has been co-opted by Shadowrunners nowadays. Because there are more Shadowrunners out there. You can have the competition that drives down rates. But there's still a few places that you see where the mention of the Green Mansion evokes this sort of elite professionalism that is uncommon in the Shadows. The sort of straight-laced doing of a job, doing a service for payment.
That's good. So the last time I saw the Green Mansion, like the actual physical structure of it, it was not as nice as the advertisement version of it that I got.
Yeah, so as you go back and look at the advertisement, you're not sure when those pictures were taken, but a lot of those are flat vid pictures and not trid. They're not
right.
They weren't designed to be AR. They're just flat vid pics. And they're of sort of stock. You've got a hotel. You've got, in some of those pictures, it's just the mansion. In some of the more recent ones, it's mansion with a hotel behind it that sort of goes up out of the field of view of the camera.
Is there any information on that hotel? Because the way Mr. Bell talks and the fact that his name is Mr. Bell, like a bellman, that's weird. What about the people who work there?
So as you look through the sort of the pages that you see, you do eventually find yourself on a Matrix site that lists itself. It's very basic with just the pictures that you find, and it's sort of emblazoned across the top. It's the Green Mansion, and there are links for things. There are listings on the page for things like services, bookings, but none of those are linked anywhere. They don't. It's just a word that's typed there, like someone were about to put in a hyperlink in there, but never got around to it. There's a sort of a preliminary. There's like a list of like prices for like the typical price for a room, and they're very expensive. So back in the day, this would have been a very expensive hotel to stay at.
What is their Matrix presence like at the Green Mansion currently?
There is a host.
Right. How, like, is it heavily, like, is the security on it, like, extremely well done? Because given the dilapidated nature of it, I'm wondering if there's a way for me to hack into that.
You can certainly try that.
Yep.
I do have some more information before you do that, however.
Okay.
Because you were asking specifically about what happened to the hotel. and you come across a news report. And this is one of the few things that's in the public record. There's a news report from 11 years ago reporting a mass murder at this address. Because you've driven by the place, you've seen what the address is. So apparently it was caught in a crossfire during the 2071 Seattle mob war. So 11 years ago, there's a mob war. It was the whole tempo craze. For those in the audience who've played through the Ghost Cartels mission. But during that, something happened, and there was this massive thing at the Green Mansion. The authorities counted 73 dead. Among them, mafia, yakuza, and hotel employees.
Wow.
No survivors found at the scene.
Okay, that's terrifying.
The only other public record you find, first of all, you find no public records of anyone working at the hotel.
Right, yeah.
Second, the grounds and building are owned by the Green Mansion. You dig a little deeper. The Green Mansion is owned by the Green Trust Incorporated. And their management is unlisted. There's one listed name. The name is Ophelia Green. And this Ophelia Green is listed as the executor of the trust.
Before I start digging into her, I will dig into her, but I want to dig into their the host at the actual Green Mansion. I'm trying to get some information on the people who work there, because obviously they're trying to hide that information pretty well.
Mm-hmm.
And I at least know one guy. Right.
So would you like to probe, or would you like to brute force?
I'm gonna probe.
Probe, okay.
5. And I get an edge for that.
Yes, you get an edge for analytical mind for that. You do create an exploit that you may use to backdoor entry, which is another hacking plus logic test.
Let's do it.
Ooh. Okay. So your Overwatch score now is, you're on a baby monitor, right?
Yep.
Okay. What access would you like to have?
Admin.
Admin. Ooh, okay. So your Overwatch score is currently 5, and you will have a much more curtailed amount of time before things go sideways.
Okay. Let's
So once inside, you can do a matrix perception test, which is computer plus intuition.
Okay. I'm going to how much is it to reroll everything, or the non hits?
4 edge.
4 edge. I'm going to spend that. I'm rolling an edge right now. So that's how many? 9.
Yeah, that's fair. And remember, when we change scenes, you max at your edge stat.
Much better. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Okay.
Plus the 2. Yeah.
So it's pretty clear there is either minimal matrix security or there's nothing on this host. It's like this host was bought, like when the matrix was overhauled last time a few years ago. It's like they bought a host like straight out of the package at that point, and there's no matrix support at all. It basically hosts the web page
right
of the matrix site, You do find two pictures. One is Mr. Bell, and he is listed as Bellstaff. And the other you find is listed as concierge.
There is another employee. All right. So I at least have the information that I have on Bell, like his contact information. What sin is connected to that?
What sin is connected to Mr. Bell?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I think it's just a Mr. Bell.
Yeah. And he's I'm trying to, let me see. What else can I do inside this host if there's nothing on here? I can try to dig in more on this concierge, but I don't even know where to begin with that, I guess.
Yeah, because really no names are listed.
Right.
And in the concierge's picture, so she's wearing essentially little emblems on her lapels that sort of mirror things you see in the watermark behind the web page. It's like the symbol for the Green Mansion. And she's wearing a name tag that just says concierge.
Right, which is never helpful. Why would you not give people names? That is so creepy. Everything about this place is just creep city. Got it. So it doesn't look like I'm gonna get much here. So now it's time to look at Ophelia Green and this incorporated business that she's at least affiliated with.
So go ahead and make another matrix search test. Computer plus intuition.
I am going to change a 4 to a hit.
Okay, so that's 2 edge.
Yep.
So with 3 edge, you get that this Ophelia Green exists.
Mm-hmm.
You get you dig for a long time, and eventually, sort of like through sort of transition of ownership, transition of trust. This as the transactions occur, because she pops up again and again as the executor, and so basically she's the one making any expenditure on the trust. And eventually, you do find a picture attached to one of those, and it is the concierge.
That's what I thought. I thought it was going to be her. Cool. I want to see if I can track any of the money that this organization is like using. So they're getting in funds, right? They're getting in like some secret money and they're putting it in places. So I'm going to try to track that.
Okay. Go ahead and make another one of those computer plus intuition tests.
Five.
Okay.
The internet, the dice roller wants me to find out what's going on. Any other time I roll very bad.
The dice tell a story.
Mm-hmm.
So you get the sense from all of your tracking, and it takes a while. It seems like there's money coming in, and it's not clear where it's coming in from. It is either somebody throws a cred stick over the wall, or it's heavily laundered before it enters the system through the trust. There's also a large amount of money that was already there.
Makes sense.
And as you sort of go like way back to the beginning of the Green Mansion, there's and I'm forgetting the name at the moment, but it's based on a real guy. I believe his name's Arthur Green, who was a billionaire who had the mansion built.
Yeah, I've seen it in Seattle. It's a real place. So like,
it's a real place. There's a real rich guy behind it.
Yeah.
So
right.
that's where that dovetails into what would have been reality.
Okay. How much traffic is their website getting? Can I go back to the host and seeing how people are like?
Ooh, yeah, you can go ahead and make a matrix perception test.
That's intuition.
Yep.
Yeah, nothing.
Holy.
Yeah, 11
That's
dice.
zero hits. Yeah, so you have never seen a matrix host get so little traffic.
Got it. So how are they making any money? They're not. Or I mean, obviously, Mr. Bell is making money. I put a tracker on Mr. Bell. What are his locations and what is he doing?
Oh yeah, you did. I forgot you did that.
Mm-hmm.
So as you go back through, let's see. I believe the schedule is 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. He is at Green Mansion.
Okay. And after
6 a.m., he goes off to some residence.
where?
So, can I say anything?
Yeah, go ahead.
He never leaves the mansion.
My mistake. Yes.
Yeah.
So he goes to.
Would you be able to see? Would you be able to see like a moving like actual like blip or anything like that?
A little bit if it's far enough. I think enough to know that he goes off to some other wing of the mansion.
And sits there.
And at 6 p.m., he shows back
Wherever.
up at the front desk.
This dude just gets creepier and creepier by the moment. Okay.
The only time you have seen this vary is when he's been with you.
Does he eat? Have we seen him eat anything ever?
I think the answer to that is no.
But okay. So he doesn't eat, but he's not a robot. That's so weird. Okay. Got it. In that case, I want to hack their phone systems. And I want to track whoever the next call that they have in for any kind of service. I want to know exactly what's going on. I want to trace that.
Okay, so we'll say you don't have a problem doing that. It'll last until your back door expires.
Cool.
Which will be a number of hours, or until you go offline.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll transition from there.
Yeah, the next few hours are just Fisher and like the equivalent of whatever Mountain Dew and like chips are, and just the matrix screen that he's looking at.
God, there's so little traffic on this line.
Yeah. Just waiting.
It's like nobody's ever heard of this place.
But if that's the case, why hasn't the city like repossessed the property, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, because they're making money.
Yeah, and you do recall seeing some of the outlays from the Green Trust are in the form of property taxes.
Ooh, actually, no. You know what I'm gonna do? I changed my mind. I'm gonna call the Green Mansion and order a job.
Okay, we'll come back to that.
Yep.
So we'll transition now to Mr. Bell. 11 years ago. So it's 11 years ago, and Mr. Bell is returning from a mission off ground. It's probably 3 a.m. And your feet as you sort of walk in through the gate. So the gate is open, or rather the servant's gate, which would be how you'd come back. Your feet crunch in a thin layer of snow as you enter the grounds. The Green Mansion grounds are uncharacteristically disheveled, littered with broken glass, shell casings, and bodies. As you look around, you see mirror images of yourself and those who don't belong. Standing at the epicenter of the blood-spattered snow is one green tie associate. The concierge. You see her as she's giving a dead-faced stare at a man lacking a green tie, wearing white on white, that strikes you as a typical mafia wear. Unconscious, but still breathing. She looks up at you. Good morning, Mr. Bell.
Good morning, Mom.
Please reserve room 104 for our new guest.
Absolutely.
The slightest hint of a smile crosses her face as she looks toward another man lacking a green tie, wearing a more casual jacket and a number of Yakuza tattoos. And reserve room 105 for this gentleman.
Right away, Mom.
And then we skip abruptly to the present day. You're not sure why you had this memory. You're standing at the front desk, as you're wont to do during your appointed hours. Good evening to you, Mr. Bell. The voice of the concierge snaps you into the present. She looks exactly the same as you remember 11 years ago. An in-house job has arisen due to current events. Your outside associates may prove useful in arranging a reservation for whomever is stirring up competing organizations. Please call upon your associates regarding their availability for a meeting within the next 3 days.
Absolutely, Mom. There is a slight surprise in Mr. Bell's eyes, because before this day there was nobody else behind the desk.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you've heard only rumor of her sort of appearing behind the desk, as if from nowhere. And at that point, another thing happens that is awfully strange. The phone rings. And we'll use that to go into our first 5-minute break. So when we come back, we'll have a conversation probably between Mr. Bell and Fisher. And then presumably there's going to be a call to the rest of the group. So we'll see you in 5.
In the land revealed beyond the shroud, they came in search of answers. Drum had always known her place, but Imari never found hers. Which stories rest in this arcane book? What tales can be spun? Who covets its mystic pages? And to what lengths will they go? Perhaps a mythkeeper will weave together these tales in an age to come. But we have an opportune luxury, my friend. For we can see this magnificent performance with our own eyes. Just have your tickets ready. Cobblesworth's Clockwork Circus, Issue 2. It's time to start the show.
What a spell. She says spell like 92 times. Spell.
Ready to level up your cosplay game? Check out the Geek Forge on Etsy. With a variety of props to give your photos that extra spark, you'll find just what you need. Hold magical fire in the palm of your hand, or take a potion to restore your mana. With a large variety of colors, you can choose your own magical flavor for your cosplay. Bring drama to your photo shoots with these vibrant props and more, all available at the Geek Forge. Are you ready to level up your cosplay?
Welcome back. We have just had the phone ring at the Green Mansion. After several scenes of research and mob war and flashback to 11 years ago, the phone rings at the Green Mansion. And Mr. Bell, this might be the first time you've seen a look of surprise across the concierge's face. And she reaches for the phone. Green Mansion, this is the concierge. How may I be of assistance?
The voice you hear is very different from Fisher's. He's using a voice mod. Well, hello there. I am calling on behalf of, well, you don't need to know, but we've been put into contact with you. We've gotten your information, and we would love to, how do I put this delicately? Use your services. I would love to. I actually don't quite know. I wasn't given all the information as to what needs to be done, but I was given the bank account that we are supposed to use, and I send that over. And it is. I want to hack something to look like it's a full ass bank account.
So at this point, you realize the picture's not going through because the concierge is talking on an actual telephone.
And I go, oh my. I mute myself and I go, oh my God. How archaic is this place? All right. Oh, there seems to be an issue with me trying to show you the bank account of, and I say the name of some fancy toity person. My brain's not working right now.
Could make a con plus logic test.
All right. That's not good.
Oh, or default to logic, as the case may be.
Yeah. Con plus logic. Let me see.
Yes, there's always pre-edging.
I don't have any more right now. So.
Oh, that's right. He's spent all of his edge, or most of his edge,
I was
hacking.
doing some research. Anyway, it's fine. Con plus logic don't have. So yep. We're just gonna do some logic.
All right.
That's you know, a little bit nervous, but.
What level of service do you have in mind?
What services do you provide? My owner didn't quite give me all the details, but we do have a pesky problem that could use some, how can I say, tender care. And he grits his teeth as he says it.
Yes, I believe if you're looking for turn down service for someone, perhaps you could call this comm code, and she gives out Mr. Bell's comm code.
And I go
and ask for turn down service.
I mute and I go, gotcha. And then I go, well, all right, will do. And thank you very much for your kind assistance. Yeah, and I've been I say I will call dutifully and I hang up. And I don't call. But I want to but I do know the code for turn down service. Punk.
I'm staring at the concierge expectantly, with that plastic smile on my face that she probably isn't used to as well.
Well, I've given him your comm code. He may call you. British chap may call you with a turn down service request.
Excellent. It's nice that we're getting business again that you've returned.
Yes. Now about that other matter. If you'd be so kind to query your associates.
Right away, Mom. I pick up my comm.
And she
I'll-
turns to leave you at the desk.
and I will call Violet. What about what time is it?
It is late night. Violet, you have an evening set at Area 51. It's the first time in a while you've had an evening set. You've been playing lunches a lot.
Got to start somewhere.
And your comm rings, and the comm code reads Mr. Bell.
So I will take a glance at it, and my voicemail says something to hey, y'all, I'm on stage right now, but I'll get back to you as soon as I can. And so I'll finish up the song that I'm playing. We're going to take 5, tip your wait staff, and then go backstage.
The message I leave. Good evening. This is Mr. Bell calling from the Green Mansion. This message is for Violet. Violet, please return this call at your earliest convenience. And then I hang up. I will call. I'll probably call Nova next.
So we haven't visited with Nova in a bit. So it is probably late night. It's probably close to 11 p.m. by now.
Yeah, she's doing a late shift at the Stubber Shack.
And your comm rings.
Sorry, Bob. It was for a reservation, right? That's what she said I needed to do.
Yes.
I'm bored out of my mind, so I answer. This is Nova.
Hello, Nova. This is Mr. Bell calling from the Green Mansion. How's your evening?
Oh, hey. What's up?
How's your evening?
I mean, it's fine. I'm at work.
I have a business proposition for you if you would like to hear it.
I'm listening.
I'm tasked with providing a reservation for an individual unnamed. Are you interested?
What does that mean?
Would you like an explanation of services?
Yes.
Reservation. A reservation is a retrieval and escort of an individual or an item.
So we have to get something?
That appears to be so.
Well, what time?
What time?
Yeah, like when
So she said query your associates for their availability in the next 3 days.
Oh, what's your availability, Nova?
I'm working a double tonight. Probably tomorrow in the evening.
Absolutely.
Okay. Where?
Oh, did I miss that? Should I?
She did not tell you where.
Oh, I guess you're coming to the mansion. I will send you the address for Green Mansion. It just pops up.
Oh, you want me to go to your place?
Thank you for your response. Have a good evening. And I hang up.
She was definitely about to try and get him to go somewhere else.
So now your comm rings, Mr. Bell, and it's Violet returning.
Good evening. This is Mr. Bell. How may I be of service?
Hey, Mr. Bell, it's Violet. I was giving you a call back. I'm so sorry I missed you. I was on stage. So how can I help you? What's up?
On stage? That sounds wonderful, Violet. Thank you for returning my call. There is an awkward pause.
So you called me So, did you just want to chat?
Did you want to talk about something?
I really don't have anything in particular in mind right now for chatting, and only have a couple of minutes. But if you got something on your mind, I'm happy to listen.
Well, if you have a personal issue that you want to talk about, I'm always here to listen. But I have a business proposition if maybe you would be interested in.
Okay, what you got?
I'm being tasked with a reservation. Would you like to accompany me?
Is that something I can help you with?
Do you want an explanation of services?
Yeah.
A reservation is an escort of a person, an escort and retrieval of a person or an item.
Okay, so we're gonna pick something up
And
or
then deliver it.
someone. Okay.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I can help with that. I mean, I'm not super strong, but I'm pretty good at talking.
You have proven to be a valuable ally in the past. That's why you're receiving my call. Meet at this location. And so the address for Green Mansion pops up. Thank you for your response. And then I hang up.
And it looks and goes, oh, it's like in the commercials. Because she doesn't have the ad blocker turned on.
Right.
Because she doesn't know how to do it.
And then I call Fisher.
Fisher he's this is probably a few minutes after, but as soon as he sees Mr. Bell, he like falls out of his chair and he's like, oh no, he knows. Play it cool, play it cool, play it cool.
Love it.
I just lost. Hey, this is Fisher. What's
Fisher,
up?
I know I'm coming for you. No, I'm just kidding. He doesn't say that. He doesn't say that. Good evening. This is Mr. Bell.
Hi.
I have a business proposition, Fisher. Would you be interested?
It's not. Sure.
I've
What's
been
going
tasked
on?
with performing a reservation. Would you like to come along?
What in the world is a reservation?
Do you need an explanation of services?
It's probably something weird. Sure.
A reservation is an dude.
Yeah.
A reservation is an.
You can just say you say it.
I said the things over again.
Yeah. All right.
And that's
all
two.
right. What other services are there?
Oh, there are reservations. There is spa service. There is turn down service. There is, oh shoot, where's my list? I wrote all this and I forgot.
Got it.
Oh, there is wake up call.
Oh, I don't like any of these. All right. Reservations service doesn't sound too bad, I guess. And he sort of thinks to himself, and it would help me get into that, like get a little bit more information on Mr. Bell. Fine. Yeah, sure. That sounds great.
Excellent. Meet at this address. Same thing.
No. Oh no, he wants me to go to the mansion.
Regretfully, I don't appear to have number. Would you mind getting in contact with?
Me? Sure. I will share. Her name is Curie. That is her name.
Harry,
Yes.
you've all been very valuable allies in the past. That's why you're getting this call. Thank you for answering. And I hang up.
All right. I guess I'm calling Curie. Oh, you made this so much more awkward.
Yes, we've gone from awkward van rides to awkward phone calls.
I'm gonna spoof my number because she's not gonna answer if it was my number.
All right. Let's go ahead and make a make a hacking plus logic. Okay. So a comm call comes in, Kiri.
Who is it from?
Who is it from?
It's from it says Money is the name of the person.
It's probably spam. I'll answer it.
If you don't answer the first time, I call again, and this time it says lots of money.
I'll answer. Hello.
Hello, Curie. This is Fisher. Don't hang up, please. Please. Please.
Why did your number come through as money?
Because we have a job and we needed to contact you. And I knew you wouldn't answer me if I just called myself. Am I wrong?
Yes, but what's the job?
All right. I apologize for being wrong. Mr. Bell has a retrieval mission for our little group of Shadowrunners.
Retrieval of person or thing?
We won't find out till we get to the Green Mansion. Which I'm not sure you know much about, but it's this creepy building in Seattle that Mr. Bell is living at all by himself mostly. There's at least one other person who lives there, but whatever it is. And he sort of you hear him go, Curie, I know you don't trust Mr. Bell. I don't either. It's a chance for us to figure out what the hell is going on.
That was a lot of words for when I was going to say yes anyway, but yeah, he's creepy.
So, let's go. I send her the address and then I say, ciao.
What time?
Whatever time.
Oh
you tell
yeah.
me. Yeah.
Tomorrow
sometime.
Yeah, we'll retcon that to say tomorrow evening.
Yeah.
Tomorrow evening.
So, forgot about that. on Nova's schedule.
Yes, on Nova's schedule.
And then I say ciao.
I disconnect.
Yep.
You hang up first.
All right. Yeah. I curious about this creepy place that breeds Mr. Bells, but guess we'll figure that out tomorrow.
I send everyone else except Mr. Bell the dossier of all the information I have on the weird Green Mansion. I don't trust it, so we should be very careful. But I don't think Mr. Bell is against us, but I don't really know what Mr. Bell is doing there because they're not making money. Or at least not much. Their website is old. Super old. And they use rotary phones.
As I
just
see this, the fact that Mr. Bell has done some creepy things around us and now there's more creepy happening. Can I go scope it out in the astral?
Sure.
I replied back to Fisher, maybe they're just a really big fan of that 1959 American adventure romance film.
Nah. Maybe not. I don't know.
Okay, so go ahead and make a. You know what? We'll do astral signatures.
Okay.
And then I'll cover what you find as you scope the place out.
4.
Okay. So what you find, so the mansion is sort of, there's this sort of overhanging, not quite to the level of background count, but there's a cloud of, hey, a lot of bad stuff has happened here. You do see, so as you go onto the grounds, it's one of those old sort of wrought iron fences that's like 7 or 8 feet tall, that's entwined in vines.
I muttered to myself in the astral that I'm really glad I'm in the astral plane and not and there's no ghosts here, because there has to be ghosts everywhere here.
So as you go onto the grounds, you see there are old cars sort of laying off to the side, but they've been shrouded in vines and leaves. You get to the mansion itself, and it's not warded, but it's a little harder to press through because there are vines sort of growing up the sides of the place. Not to the point where it blocks your passage, but sort of decades of growth. Years of growth.
It feels like thick. Like, you know when it's really humid and you're walking through that humidity and it like almost is like jello? It's kind of that feeling.
It's that feeling.
Yeah.
You look up and there's this, I believe it's a 22-story tower behind it that is it's dead in the astral. Looking at it, you think nothing has lived there in at least a decade. And you can see there's sort of broken glass everywhere. By now, most of the windows are there are no glass remaining in them, because by now the glass would have fallen out. And there are vines sort of reaching up and into this dead. And as you sort of push your way through the thick, as it were, into the mansion, you come upon there's the front desk, and there you see...
Uh-oh.
You see actually Mr. Bell standing there, because it is his time on the front desk.
I ignore him and keep
Can I actually perceive?
You could. That might be a thing you might do. I'll ask you to make an edge test to see if you happen to be perceiving at that time.
Sure. So just click edge?
Yeah, you should be able to just click the edge stat. I think. Yep.
Of course it's not great.
You do not happen to be perceiving at that time.
Okay.
So curious, you sort of wander through the front, the sort of main lobby. You see Mr. Bell there, standing there just expectantly.
In an empty room.
In an empty room. And go ahead.
It makes me like kind of startle a little bit. Like, is he looking in the astral at first? Like, does he see me? And because why would you be at attention if nobody's here? But nope, it's just more creepy. Cool.
So as you make your way through the mansion, you do find yourself. They're all. I mean, it's a very, very fancy mansion, but very old.
Yeah.
Lots of wood fixtures. You do find there's a dining room. There's an office sort of in back, and in the office you do see the concierge.
I want to get a good astral read of her.
Okay.
Dude.
Signatures?
Yeah, so I got your signatures test here.
Ooh. Oh, okay. You can use that old one if you want, but I just rolled a 7. out of 11. That's probably like the best roll I've ever made.
I will ask you to re-roll your successes.
What?
GMs can do that.
Mhm.
What? Why you mean?
No one ever rolls that good.
Okay.
Wait, do you have any edge? Because you could also like re-roll your missed ones there. You could raise some stuff.
Yeah, not worth it right now. I'm just like, honestly, I'm just looking around to be like, where do they store the dead bodies or something? Like,
Mhm.
and who the heck is this creepy lady? Like,
She comes off as mundane, but then she looks up at you and stares deeply into your astral eyes as she stands up.
hello?
Welcome to the Green Mansion. I'm the concierge. How may I be of assistance?
What are you?
I'm the concierge.
That is who you are, I suppose, but what? How can you see me in the astral right now?
How can you see me in the astral?
I'm a mage.
Well, it seems you have your answer then.
You're a mage? Are you masked?
I am the concierge. How may I be of assistance?
I'm going to do that like awkward stare down for like 3 seconds and then just leave and like keep looking around.
I look forward to seeing you tomorrow evening in the flesh.
That's all she gives.
Okay.
Don't like that. But that's a Sarah thing. That's not a Curie thing.
So you go deeper into the mansion? Is that what I heard? Okay.
Yeah.
So you explore the mansion. You do find there are some rooms that are set up as hotel rooms. In fact, I will even show you a map. There's a map for you.
Cool.
So let's see. Front desk area.
Okay.
Never mind the van down here. That's in case you guys drove up here.
Ah.
Um,
I'm sorry. Is there a trail of blood that I see?
no, it is not.
Okay.
It's just an inconvenient piece of this map. But it's actually red carpet. It's actually red carpet. This is not blood. But you definitely get the sense that in each of these rooms. So actually, this whole area is set up sort of like hotel rooms, and in each of these rooms, something bad happened here.
This whole place is a something bad happened.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't like this feeling. Yeah.
Is this feeling so sudden and new?
Honestly, I was thinking the same thing. I had to like get myself into. By the way, our characters would so sing that together. You know what? Bonus content. We will put it on Patreon. Join our Patreon to see Fisher and Curie sing "Loathing" from Wicked to each other. happening. Yeah, I'm out. I'm done.
So you sort of take your round of the mansion. Over here on the left, this is where the larger building behind it would be.
Okay. Oh wow. Okay. Yeah. Nope. I just feel skeezed out. Like.
Mm-hmm.
No. Like. You kind of you're walking and you know a shortcut through an alley, but you look down that alley at night and you're like, I might die if I go in there. I'm just not feeling it. I'm gonna go.
Okay. So you return to your body then?
Yeah. And then take a shower. Really hot one because like.
Because you can now?
Well, yeah, because I can, but also like my like soul went there. So like scrubbing the skin isn't deep enough for what I just felt.
It is, yeah, it is not deep enough.
Ugh. Okay.
All right. So anybody else want to do anything before tomorrow night?
I think about sending what I found to Fisher, but I don't want him thinking that it's like an act of friendship, so I don't.
I'll clean the lobby one more time.
What's that?
I'll clean the lobby one more time.
Okay.
And then go back and stand next to the desk.
Very well.
Just like I'm watching the blip like move nowhere basically, and I go,
yeah, the blip. You think it sort of it makes a round of the mansion.
For a second, I think it's gonna leave, and then I'm like,
and then it parks right back at the front desk.
What in the world
for
is going on?
Hours?
Yeah,
and then yeah, if you happen to watch it all the way until 6 a.m., it travels towards.
I'm trying to, and then I probably fall asleep. But yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I need to sleep because we're on a mission tomorrow.
Yeah, so that's kind of what happens. You wait for Mr. Bell to move again, and the next thing you realize is it's daylight.
He's still there.
Your tap of the telephone has expired with no further traffic. All right, so you guys get some rest.
I do want to make sure I send like a message later to the professor who in the beginning of our Shadowrun time invited Mr. Bell, probably by asking for turn down service. So I want to make sure in a mental note, like virtual post-it note that just says send message to the professor to find out what he knows about the Green Mansion. Because he obviously knew something because we saw that scene.
All right. So the following evening, you're coming up on time for your meeting at the Green Mansion. How is everybody getting there?
Oh, I call for a ride.
All right.
I pick. All right.
Okay.
I send a group text that's like, rides available. And that's it.
Appreciated, please.
I get that message and I'm like, in real life. And then I go, okay. And then like I drive over. Yeah, I go and pick up the entire group.
Okay, so you go pick up the group except for Mr. Bell.
Yeah, not Mr. Bell.
Whom you assume is probably going to already be there.
Oh, he's probably behind the desk or the 3 feet away from the desk, whatever that is.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Bring some hot wings from the club. That's tips were a little light tonight, so the kitchen gave me some leftover wings. So I hope that y'all like soy BBQ.
You know, sometimes when you game really hard, you forget to eat things. So I'm very appreciative of all the wings. These are really good. Oh man, I shouldn't have done this. I'm not gonna be able to touch the car anymore. It's good. It dries itself.
I also like imagining, since you are a troll, like we normally hold a wing like this,
Oh, right.
but you're
He's like,
this, like like a squirrel.
Like a human would eat an ear of baby corn.
Yeah.
yeah, accurate.
Okay, so you arrive. It's probably what time? What time was evening? You think, Nova?
8 p.m.
8 p.m. All right. So it's night by the time you arrive, or that sort of the late dusk. Not that you can really tell because it's very overcast. Almost as if you drive up to the haunted mansion and the lightning strikes.
I think this is why I wanted a ride, because everything about this is like, don't go there alone. Like,
And you know, it's odd because the Green Mansion is in downtown. Somehow they managed to get a sizable and very valuable piece of land to not undergo urban development through the time of Shadowrun.
but I bet like any inspector that would have come through this, whether magical or mundane, would be like, nah.
No, it looks good. That's kind of the sense you get because you definitely look up and there are, I mean, even in the normal site, I mean, you've got this tall building behind it that must have been a hotel at some point, but is just, it must have been inches away from falling over.
Is it like shut down? The building behind the Green Mansion?
You have seen no activity from that larger building.
How are they still here? He just says as he like looks up at the giant building that's not used. Okay. So
As you all-
I turn
Oh.
to the rest of the group before we go all the way in, and I go, as much as this is about whatever mission this is, I also want us to really think about getting whatever information we can on Mr. Bell. There's some weird shit going up. Sorry, pardon my language. There's some weird
Correct.
stuff going on with Mr. Bell, and we need to figure it out because he kind of creepy.
You think he can read minds?
No, I don't. But that's the thing. I think he can like look at you and like tell weird things. It's not mind reading. It's like some weird like ultra honed skill. He's like a ninja of some kind, like the what kind you see in a video game. That's what I think, at least. Maybe I'm wrong.
The astral here is disgusting.
What do you mean?
Bad things happened here, and it left a mark in the astral. It didn't happen, well, I don't think it happened recently, but
Maybe 11 years ago, there was this murder that happened here at this mansion. I would have sent that in the dossier.
Yeah, so that's in the dossier, and it you know, it kind of fits. You rolled well enough on the astral signatures test before that fits.
Oh.
Well, maybe we should go ahead and get this over with.
Okay. Act natural, he says to himself as he sort of.
I don't know, fly casual.
As you all get maybe within 5 feet of the door, it swings open, and I let you all welcome to Green Mansion.
I have like
I'll
I have magic ready. Like
Turned around. I have done a 180 and I have started walking back to the car.
Wait. One moment, Nova. I think that was just good hospitality.
I'm just standing there smiling. Please, come in.
See?
I look at Mr. Bell, look up at the building, cast mage armor on myself, summon a spirit.
Okay, you're going to summon a spirit. What are you summoning?
I think, given how icky I feel, when in doubt, I'm going to light it on fire. So I'm going to go with a fire spirit. First, I'll do my mage armor. Boop. Or my armor. I keep calling it mage armor. What game am I playing, guys? I have 3 hits on that. My drain. Boop. Boop. Okay, let's see. Did I? I rolled a 4 in there, so I'm gonna take no drain.
Okay.
So I am at 5 edge now, and then spirit. So let's do my force 4 that I always struggle with.
Mm-hmm.
I need to put some more points into summoning, conjuring. All right, let's see. 4 hits.
2 services.
Cool.
And so 2 drain.
Boop. We're good.
Okay. So you're going into this without drain. Nobody's damaged yet.
That's exciting. I'm very alert right now, so maybe I just like have this clarity of like when you're about to go into a fight and everything's slow motion and you're just like super on edge.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just Mr. Bell being nice to us, actually.
It's terrifying. All right.
So you can sense the Kamehameha energy forming around the Curie. And Mr. Bell is still standing there at the door, holding the door open.
With an open palm pointing inward.
Violet smiles very, very large and says, "Thank you so much. We're so happy to be here. Thank you for welcoming us to your home, Mr. Bell." And walks in.
You're so good at lying.
All right, Mr. Bell, we're here. What about this reservation?
As the last person walks in, I walk around you all and take the lead. And I lead you up to the front desk. And then I turn and I face you all right where you saw me last, Fisher and Curie. I stand right there and just wait, smile. Thank you for coming. I appreciate all of you answering the call.
So from the office that's behind the front desk emerges the concierge. And she sort of walks up, sort of
I go,
behind.
Ophelia, Green. And then I stop, like, put my hand in front of my mouth before I finish saying it.
I am so ready to just like fireball this place.
Yep. Yep. Hardcore, yep.
Thank you all for coming. And she looks up at your spirit hanging in the astral. And back at you, Curie. A sensible precaution, I suppose.
When she does that, I will set to the astral as well and look up at the spirit.
Okay.
And you guys can more visibly see the yellow in my eyes as I look back at the group.
I'm wondering which mage I would geek first.
Well, if we could go to the dining room. Mr. Bell, with us, please.
Right this way. And I take the lead in leading you towards the dining room.
We already ate.
Yeah. Sorry, we didn't know dinner was
She
a part of
says,
this
she says,
arrangement.
well, that's fine. It's there if you'd like, but you're here for more of a discussion anyway.
I won't be
Okay,
eating
cool.
either. Don't worry.
Takes out his comm link and just writes a note. So he doesn't eat.
Working on that file.
Yep, slowly.
So as you make your way to the dining room, we're getting close to our midpoint of the session. So I think now's an appropriate time to take our mid-session break. And we'll come back and finally get to the negotiation with the Johnson for this mission.
Yeah, we've been prolonging this because we're like, I don't like this. I don't like it. Well, before we go to break, Jen, I'd like to hear from you about our giveaway for this week.
So I'm Jen. I run the Geek Forge, and this week we are donating what we're calling a Pride Pack for the hashtag RimPC giveaway. So what that includes is we have a rainbow-colored fire prop that has a rainbow cycling light inside. So the colors change and pick up different colors in the flames. We have a rainbow glitch biohazard patch. We have a sticker that's 2.5 inches. The patch is 3 inches. And we may have a couple other things that we throw in there. So just type RenPC in the chat to be entered for your drawing. Shipping is free. It's totally just a fun prize for y'all. So, and it helps us out.
Thank you, Jen.
Yeah.
So once again, hashtag RemPC to get bonus entries, remalternis.com/nuyen. Or for ongoing forever entries, you can also go to patreon.com/remalternis. But we'll be back in 10 minutes. Thank you, guys.
In the land revealed beyond the shroud, they came in search of answers. Drum had always known her place, but Imari never found hers. Which stories rest in this arcane book? What tales can be spun? Who covets its mystic pages? And to what lengths will they go? Perhaps a mythkeeper will weave together these tales in an age to come. But we have an opportune luxury, my friend. For we can see this magnificent performance with our own eyes. Just have your tickets ready. Cobblesworth's Clockwork Circus, Issue 2. It's time to start the show.
What a spell. She says spell like 92 times. Spell.
The earth has changed. All that once was is no more. Cities renamed. Power reshaped. Races reborn. Reality reimagined. Violence unleashed. The earth has changed. She no longer sleeps. She has awakened.
Ready to level up your cosplay game? Check out the Geek Forge on Etsy. With a variety of props to give your photos that extra spark, you'll find just what you need. Hold magical fire in the palm of your hand, or take a potion to restore your mana. With a large variety of colors, you can choose your own magical flavor for your cosplay. Bring drama to your photo shoots with these vibrant props and more, all available at the Geek Forge. Are you ready to level up your cosplay?
And welcome back. We have finally made it to the Johnson meet for this mission. As our intrepid runners sit down at a dinner table at the Green Mansion. I won't say sit down to dinner because I think it's fairly clear nobody wants to eat here.
Like
but you,
face shit going on or something.
but you do see there is food laying out. It's more hors d'oeuvres than anything else. There's no. It's not really a meal. Although, I mean, if you were grad students, you could cobble together a meal for sure. But it's hors d'oeuvres and wine. But the concierge says, "Everyone, please be seated." And she takes the seat at the head of the table.
As you are looking at a seat that you might sit in, I pour a glass of wine for you in that space. I wipe the bottle every time and wipe the rim of the glass if I happen to drip. And I go all the way around the table and pour wine in every place. And then I take a spot 3 feet behind the concierge and 2 to the right, and fold my arms behind my back.
I will sit to the right of the concierge.
I sit to the right of, or to the left of Nova.
I sit toward the other end of the table so that I can have them in view and be further downrange if something happens that I do not like.
Okay.
I'll sit across from Nova, so I'm on the other side of the concierge.
Okay.
I just want you to know it's everybody.
And then Curie at the far end of the table. Now, mind you, it's not exactly Citizen Kane length table, but it is noticeable that Curie is apart from everyone. The concierge seems not to either mind or care. She just begins. Now, the reason you've been called here. 11 years ago, a mob war nearly tore Seattle apart. You've just witnessed the spark that could lead to another mob war. And the Green Mansion is keenly interested in maintaining a sort of balance. As I've informed Mr. Bell, the Green Mansion would like to arrange a reservation for whomever is stirring up the competing organizations. We'd also like to arrange for bag delivery of any appropriate evidence of their actions.
Service explanation, please.
I'll chime in. Bag delivery, retrieval of an item, and then an escort and protection of said item.
Write down the note.
That's
Sorry
3. As now you're ticking them off in your head. Now I know that one.
Miss Madam Concierge, can you just kind of talk to us in plain speak?
Of course.
Thanks.
And her voice takes a sort of lilt that it does signal a bit of disappointment. But she does go on in sort of plainer English and says, "We'd like for you to arrange for the person who is stirring up this to be captured and delivered here. Preferably alive. And we'd like to have any evidence of their actions."
Do you know who's stirring up the trouble?
We do not. That will be where you come in. The Green Mansion is willing to pay 50,000 yen for this service. Additionally, and she slides an actual photograph across the table, A man named Luigi Bianco has been seen loitering near these premises recently. Mr. Bianco has been a minor functionary in the Gianelli mafia family for the last 15 years. The Green Mansion would like for Mr. Bianco to receive to be corrected, to receive corrective action regarding his trespass.
Turn
In
down
our
service,
terms,
Bob?
Turn down service.
a wake-up call.
We say it at the
Oh,
same
wake-up
time,
call.
and you're okay. I go, oh, okay.
And she
wake-up
gestures
call.
toward Mr. Bell.
Wake-up call, interrogation, or a message sent in the form of violence.
How corrective does it have to be? Like, still breathing or like.
Preferably alive.
Okay.
Probably live, but we
The
do
turn
not
down
want him.
service is the murder. I'm pretty sure.
I spit up
Yes,
the
quite.
wine. I was getting brave and I was gonna sip the wine, and then you talked about murder.
And she raises an eyebrow as she looks at you, Fisher. Yes, quite. For this service, the Green Mansion will pay 10,000 new yen.
Each?
Total. This is the fee for service.
See, here's the problem. I'm not seeing this place being bustling. How are we to know that you have those funds? I am playing stupid.
Make an influence plus logic test.
That's going to be a straight logic test for me.
Unskilled logic, all right.
I need to get that skill apparently because I keep trying to use it. Nope.
Ooh. Okay.
I say that and then I go. Shifty eyes.
Because Fisher, is it? She sort of glances at Mr. Bell. At the Green Mansion, we practice a sort of professionalism.
I look at you.
The Green Mansion pays its debt.
Well done. Well done.
What were you say, Bob?
The Green
Subject
Mansion
line.
pays its debts.
Understood.
So I do have to ask, if you don't know who might be stirring up this trouble, then I assume you have some sort of list of suspects or folk who might be a starting point. Because if you don't have a starting point at all, and we got to go knock on lots of doors of lots of mob folk, then I feel that's a little more dangerous, and we may need some additional compensation in anticipation of some bodily harm.
Why don't you make an influence test?
Well, negotiation?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's what everyone here has been waiting for. How average? As I sneer at my own dice when they roll average. You make an interesting point. This is a fresh investigation. Though logical places to start might be the participants in said mob war. However, given that you'll have to do some of the investigation, well, you'll have to do all of the investigation yourself, that service can be increased to 60,000 new yen.
Cool.
Would you allow my companions and I to discuss it briefly before we make a decision. I do not like to speak for my group.
Of course. Do enjoy the hors d'oeuvres and the wine. And she gets up to leave.
And I stand right where I am.
So what do y'all think?
What is the Green Mansion? What is this place? What do you do here?
You either tell us right now, or we don't take this mission. And apparently, there is a lot of upside for you guys, or your concierge wouldn't be just asking for us.
I feel as though you've received quite a bit of information about the nature of this place. What more is there to explain?
Tell me about you, the real you.
You see the smile stays, but the eyes kind of there's like a really like quick second of confusion at that, and then they're back to the way that they were before. My name's Mr. Bell. I'm a bell attendant here at Green Mansion.
Okay, can you guys go on your date later? There's a lady who wants to pay us money for a kidnapping. Are we in or no?
The problem is, yes, I would say we're probably in. My issue with this entire transaction, this deal, whatever it is I don't know anything about you that you haven't curated into this nice little persona that you're presenting to us, and that this entire place likes to pretend to do. This place hasn't gotten business in how many years? And suddenly...
Approximately 11.
Yes. And suddenly, it's in your best interest, and this concierge, who, may I ask, I've been doing some research on and might be named Ophelia Green. Maybe
I don't react
not.
to that at all.
Yeah, that's fine. There's a weird thing going on. And there's a weird thing about you, Mr. Bell. And that's my issue. And I look over at Nova. Yes, we can take this job. I don't care. But what I do care about is at least knowing who we're working with. And I don't quite feel we know who we're working with here.
But Fisher, I don't know anything about you, and I mock the point that you did at me.
Yeah, I mean, that's part of being a Shadowrunner, is that people aren't supposed to know who we are, besides the basics and, like, what we're capable of doing, right? Like, I'm new.
There has to be a level of trust at some point, though, between us. If we're going to continue this work together, that's how I feel.
This is actually just a rerun of last week's episode, except instead of Curie, it's Mr. Bell.
I'm sticking to this, because even if I were a secret covert person and I'm going to work with the same people over and over and over and over again, those are the people I need to know better than I know myself, because otherwise I'm going it alone. If it's so secretive that I'm not supposed to know people, I'm not working with people. And if I am working with people, I need to know who they are. That's how I feel. That's what he says.
Well, Mr. Fisher, I'll tell you what, we could do a lock-in or some side of ropes course. There's all sorts of great corporate training where you get to know your coworkers, and I am happy to make this happen if that will make you feel better.
I agree. I would wholeheartedly be involved in that. We can take this job.
I feel like it's going to turn into like an invitation to everyone, but it ends up being Violet and Fisher in their PJs eating popcorn and ice cream in front of an old
I will
trade.
tell you, Fisher would 100% be fine with that.
Sounds like a great slumber party.
Well, Violet, you can plan. Meanwhile, let's tell this lady yes and get out of here, because I don't like being here. No offense, Mr. Bell.
Not taken.
Mr. Bell, would you be so kind as to let your associate know that we have reached a decision?
Absolutely. And I will disappear into the around the corner and then let the concierge know.
Okay.
Even though she probably already does.
So your team has made a decision.
Yeah, I think we'll take the job.
Excellent. I look forward to hearing of your success.
For clarification, did the concierge mention which gangs are currently fighting?
No.
Usually, once we agree to a negotiation, we get extra info. It's kind of like the only need to know, and if you don't take the job, you don't need to know.
Well, for me above the table, I just couldn't remember.
Oh, sure.
It was mentioned. So
She didn't mention, no.
I don't want to ask a dummy question. Cool, Miss Concierge. So can you tell us which gangs you're worried about right now?
Well, I believe the current stirring is between the Mafia and the Triads. Though 11 years ago it was different. It was Mafia Yakuza.
Is the Triad this
The-
parallelogram Triad?
It is I believe it's the Octagon Triad these days, the Chinese Mafia.
I just wanted to say parallelogram. All right. Well, any other information we need?
That's all I have regarding the current dust-up, unless you have specific questions.
Now, you say the Mafia. Is that just one family, or are there multiple families?
I believe the Gianelli Mafia family. They're the ones to whom Mr. Bianco belongs.
Well, let's get to work. Oh, and I look at Mr. Bell and I go, I believe it is customary for this group to take a down payment up front to ensure that we will be financed effectively and have our needs met for any expenses that come along the way in this job.
I just smile like an animatronic figure and wait for the concierge.
Her eyebrow raises. Yes, of course. And she pulls out a cred stick that has, let's see, 35,000 new yen. The customary half up front.
Cool. Thanks.
Enjoy the hors d'oeuvres and wine. I will get back to work, and you may leave at your leisure.
I pocket some of the hors d'oeuvres and I leave.
Have a pleasant evening.
Cool, thanks, you too.
As we head for the lobby, I disappear for a second, and I come back with my rifle sheathed on my back, and head towards the door.
My pockets are definitely stuffed with snacks.
Yeah, I head out to the van.
Do we know if that Luigi feller is on the premises right now?
The mafia guy?
They said that this Luigi.
Yeah, he needs to get corrected.
Has been loitering recently.
I can do a search, and Fisher can too, to see if anyone's nearby outside.
From we know that it's the guy who was taking orders at the restaurant. Right?
Oh yes, you definitely recognize him from the picture. Some of you recognize him from just outside the Green Mansion,
where he was loitering.
Well, where he was following you.
What would I search to see if there was anyone loitering on the
I can
ground?
do a perimeter search if you'd like.
So probably as a decker, you would do a matrix perception test.
Right.
Which is, yep.
Nope.
Wow. 1 hit on 11. Awesome.
I will physically go walk around and look.
All right.
Me too.
So you take a lap around the premises, and you find some more time to be creeped out. As you see all the vines growing around. You do not find anyone loitering on the premises, nor do you find any matrix icons.
How about the astral?
You find much the same on the astral. Nobody's hanging around on the astral.
Still gross.
Mm-hmm.
Cool, I head to the van.
It's likely we know the restaurant is a good place to start. Perhaps we research that a bit more and stake it out so we can have the message sent. What's it called again?
A wake-up call.
Indeed.
Can we just, Mr. Bell, can we at least just use normal human speak or person, people, thing, like living being?
You're welcome to use whatever terminology you like, Fisher.
I just want speak that we all understand without the code words.
Can you provide us a service where you just speak in layman's terms?
Yes, a service. There you go.
I believe we need to scare the dreck out of this guy.
There we go, a language I speak. All right, let's go.
If it makes anyone feel uncomfortable to do such a thing, I would love to.
You know what? Speaking of things we love, I say as we all get in the vehicle, maybe we play this game that we used to play in school called 20 Questions. And Fisher, you can get to know Mr. Bell and ask him 20 questions. And Mr. Bell, you just be honest about it if you can. Like, what's your favorite color?
Green.
Where were you born?
You see that confused look in my eyes for a second? And I smile. My name is Mr. Bell. I'm an associate at the Green Mansion.
See, and I sort of look back behind my seat. See, that's the kind of answer I'm talking about. That makes me uncomfortable. Mr. Bell, are you a robot? I'm just gonna straight up ask. We're playing 20 questions. Let's go.
I am 100% organic.
That's what I thought. And you know, that's what makes it weird because you don't eat, you don't sleep, and you just kind of stand at the thing.
What gives you the impression that I don't eat?
What gives me the impression you don't eat? I asked you a few moments ago if you ate, and you said no, you do not eat.
I said I wasn't going to eat.
Well, Mr. Bell, I've watched you every place we've gone. There were wings, delicious, beautiful wings, and you chose not to eat them. And you know what? I've never seen you eat. I've never seen you drink. I've never seen you sleep. And you know how I know that? Because I tracked you.
That's creepy, Fisher.
Well, maybe you are the one who should look at the mirror, Fisher.
Oh, I agree. It's
Whoa.
creepy, but you know why? You know why? Because this guy's been in our car, in my car. Sorry, mine. Been in my car, and we don't know anything about him. There's nothing on him. Nothing
That's
on the
really a
phone
question, Mr.
about this
Fisher.
man.
I don't think you understand the rules of the game. That's not really a question.
All right, Mr. Bell.
Objection argumentative.
Do you have a question? Do you have a question, Mr. Bell? Because I'm an open book. You know why? Because all five of us, we have worked together. How many times now? And apparently this is a thing. This is apparently a thing.
I'd like to say that we are on our way to the mafias.
Yeah, we are.
Yeah, sure.
The one who brought up 20 questions.
So you're headed toward
the car is driving there.
Toward the restaurant?
And the car just goes like that. Fisher just continues to be.
You asked if I have a question.
Do you have
Fisher,
a question?
You're quite skilled at your job. How long have you been doing it?
You know, I've been doing it for a couple of years. I started off working for a stupid corp and decided I didn't want to do it anymore. So I wanted to help people. That's why I got into this. That's what matters.
Very noble.
Yeah.
Fisher, you have an excellent suit. Where did you get it from?
That's the question you go with number 2. I got it at a store. I tell him the store. I don't know.
Shall I ask more questions?
No, I'm done.
Mr. Bell, what do you eat when you do eat?
You see that confused look in my eye again? I'm Mr. Bell. I'm an associate at the Green Mansion.
Mr. Bell, where do you get your suit?
My suit is a company-issued suit.
How long have you worked for the company?
That's a good question, actually. Let's say approximately 16 years.
That's a long time.
It's quite a long time to work for one organization. That is commendable, sir.
Are you brainwashed?
You see the confused look in my eye again.
I think this guy's got like trigger.
I'm Mr. Green. Mr. Green. I'm Mr. Green.
We broke him. We broke him.
We figured it out.
We don't need logic bombs, just 20 questions.
Mr. Bell in the library with a wrench.
Oh, for sure.
So you arrive at Gianelli's restaurant.
Thank God. Worst car ride yet.
And this place is pretty busy now. It's way busier than it was at the lunch rush. The parking lot across the street is pretty packed. And you definitely see people going in and out.
I'll prepare to do my astral reconnaissance. I definitely want more sneak to it, since there's more people and there could be spirits or mages. Yeah, guys, this astral signatures button is going to get worn out. 6 hits.
Okay.
Wow, it's a record, I think.
No, the record was 7 until Bob broke it.
Well, I mean, successful rolls. I think we've got at least more than 3 this time.
I know.
No, you have never rolled more than 6.
You're evil.
Why, thank you. So you try your very best to be sneaky. You don't do the sort of zipping in through the place like you did last time.
Yeah.
You're sort of going along the walls, peek your head in a little bit, take a look around the room, pull out, go to the next place. You do sort of the scouting through the wall, essentially.
Yeah.
The place is pretty crowded. You think if you went to dinner, you might get a table. You think you see one in the corner that is currently being bussed. You see your good friend Luigi Bianco at the maitre d' stand. You do see the same people you saw before. So you see there was Joseph Gianelli and Isabella Gallo, who were the two people they were in the back corner. She was the mage.
Yeah. She looking at me now?
You don't think she's seen you yet?
Okay. Can I tell if she's perceiving in the astral right now?
You think she is perceiving astral. She is a sensing.
Okay.
As you make your way around, you do see the older guy, Tony Gianelli, who is the head chef. So those are the people you recognize from before, along with Luigi, the maitre d'. And there are a whole bunch of people who are dressed pretty nicely, but kind of dressed like everybody here has the same tailor.
Okay. Anybody particularly cybered up? Like, might be a Decker cybered up?
Ooh, that's a tough one.
Anyone's brain glowing a little darker than than the mundanes, than the muggles?
Yeah, you see a couple of people who have cyberjacks. You think, based on the astral stuff you've seen in Fisher, they have sort of the same hardware.
Okay.
You see more than a few people with like cybered muscles, cybered nerves, the more traditional combat cyberware.
And there's still a warded room somewhere in here, right?
There's still a warded room in back.
Okay. I'll zip back to the car.
Okay.
Lots of people there. I think probably a couple Deckers. The same mage that was there last time, in addition to the maitre d', the chef, the person that was sitting with the mage. But it's pretty packed. Might be worth it more to see if maybe you can hack, if they have cameras or something that we could listen to what's going on, see what's going on.
Yeah. I'm on it.
Our objective is to retrieve Luigi and send a message. Perhaps it would be better to do this at the end of service.
Agreed.
Well, I can just... they haven't seen my face, right?
That's true.
Yes, but
I'll just go and get them.
Perhaps, but you are not part of the family or dressed as such either. So you're going to stand out and have the attention of everyone in that building if you walk in.
It's a restaurant. Hold on, let me order something to go. And then I go online and I order something to go.
Okay.
Like we're all curious.
So you place an order to go.
Now, another option might be if is able to is potentially tracking Mr. Luigi Because clearly, if he's here, he's not at his home.
We also know that during the day, it's a lot less busy here. But, I mean, Nova's going to do Nova, so.
I think it's a good idea.
I placed an order for spaghetti and meatballs. How
Okay.
long does it tail meat before I can go pick it up?
25 minutes.
I want my fun fact about spaghetti and meatballs.
Wait, can I ask a question? Can I look at the cars in the like outside the restaurant and see if any of them are registered to our mark?
Yeah, you can go ahead and make a. I mean, you can see all the license plates. You can get a look around. You can make a matrix search, which is the same role. It's computer plus intuition.
3.
Thin spaghetti and tomato sauce dates back to 19th century Naples. Classically, the sauce was served with fatty meats like ham, sausage, and bacon, and meatballs weren't actually served with the dish until after World War II.
Oh, wow. That blew my
Enlightening.
mind. Thank you.
Hashtag no effects.
Hashtag no fact.
I
So
appreciate
yeah,
you.
yeah. So you find a license plate for a car that is toward the back of the parking lot.
All right. I
It is a black Ford Americar, just like the one you. It's the one you saw following you.
right. I find
Isn't it exploded?
No, it didn't explode.
Oh,
I sort of look
It was disabled at the time. Sorry.
I look at Mr. Bell and I go, "Oh, excuse me, there's something right here." And I grab the tracker that I put on Mr. Bell's outfit, and then I give that to Nova and say, "See that car over there, that Ford Americar?"
Are you at all subtle when you take it off him?
Nope.
Okay.
I told everybody that I put it on him. It's no longer secret.
I apologize for holding something that belonged to you, Fisher.
I make sure to put a glove on before I take it.
Yeah, that's our Mark's car. Let's put it on there. At least we'll have some data if he leaves, and we'll know where he's going, and maybe a place we could intercept him sometime.
And
not
you
here.
point out where the car is.
Mm-hmm.
You
Yeah,
suddenly
I did.
hear a sharp change in my tone. I think it might be better if I get in the back seat.
Of the van or of his car?
Of the Ford Americar, of course.
Why are you talking different?
Because it's showtime.
How many more minutes do I have until I can get my spaghetti?
3 minutes.
Okay, I'm
basically,
gonna go ahead.
Yeah, if you walked across, you could basically just go pick it up.
All right.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm just gonna go and slip it and put it in place, and then I'm gonna put my glove back in my pocket and go in and get my spaghetti.
Nice.
As she opens the door, I'm going to leave. The usual thing where as I break the plane of the door, I slowly pixelate and vanish.
All right. I look over at Violet and Curie, and I go, and you guys wonder why I put a tracker on that dude.
Well, if he's in the car, we'll still know where he is.
Yeah.
No one wonders.
You hear me whisper
I
as
did
I
a little
leave.
bit.
You hear me whisper as I leave. Maybe we'll talk later. And I disappear towards the car.
Go. Why is he so creepy?
I walk inside and go up to the maitre d's table.
Okay. So the maitre d' is waiting there when you walk in. Yes, may I help you?
Yeah, I've got a to-go order for spaghetti, finite.
Amber.
That's one. Yeah. Totally legit.
Oh my god.
Yes. One moment, please.
Thanks.
And he goes and gets a. It's like one of those things where you have the styrofoam container or plastic container inside a bag. And he brings it out.
Thanks, man. I've been like really craving some Italian.
Enjoy. Have a pleasant evening.
Yeah. Do you guys like have like a specialty dish here or something? Like, I don't know. I feel like spaghetti and meatballs is like a pretty basic dish. And there's like so many other options to explore for, Italian cuisine.
He's sort of looking around. It's a good starter dish. And he pulls out a one of the actual vintage menus.
Whoa, this is so cool! And I like look at how old it is.
Yeah, it's vintage. I'm afraid the wait for tables tonight is pretty long. But if you'd like to come back for lunch, lunch is much easier to get in.
Cool. I'm like learning.
And he stares at your. Are you still wearing the Stuffer Shack jacket?
No.
Okay.
That's cool. Like, I've been watching a lot of like really old like food shows and stuff. Like, have you ever been to Italy?
Have a pleasant evening.
Well, wait, man. I thought we were like getting along and stuff. Like, okay. I mean, like, when's your break or whatever?
Could make a contest.
What kind of contest?
A con test. As in con plus charisma.
I hate you, Roland.
He's here all night, ladies and gentlemen.
I would like to roll my failures, I guess.
Yeah, so that's only 2 edge because you're only re-rolling 2 dice. Oh, how about that?
Life is sometimes justice.
With the re-rolls, it's 3 hits on 3 dice. Very, very well. Very well. Kind of looks you over. Yeah, give me a call after hours. We close at midnight. He slides you a AR card.
Cool. Okay. Sounds good. All right. Well, bye, I guess. I'll leave.
See you later.
When you get outside, I'm like aside from the door. I'm just ahead. Is it my turn?
He gets off work at midnight.
Excellent. And I put my hood up. I'm going to stealth to his car, and I'll pay 5 edge to get in.
Okay. Sure.
And I get in the back seat and stay real invisible.
All right.
I'm in.
So you don't have to wait
My
long
comms.
because it was close to 11:30 when you pulled up. Because you came here after your evening meeting and along with the 20 questions. So is anybody doing anything else before closing time?
I would like to.
Oh, go ahead. Okay.
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
This is the area where there was the shootout like yesterday, right?
A couple days ago, you guys were here, and there was the gang that rode by and tried to shoot you guys.
So I'd like to do a basically just a like observe in detail kind of thing. Just looking at how well the building looks, how the parking lot looks, if there's any bikes that look similar, trying to make sure we're not getting ourselves in the middle of a
Okay.
turf war before we're ready for it.
So, and you have the enhanced perception adept power, right?
I do.
So that gains you an edge. Oh, look at that. 5 hits on 10 dice. You have the look of someone who's thinking about spending edge.
I am thinking about spending edge since I just
Okay.
got an edge for my thing.
You did.
I think that I will spend some of that fancy edge to see. Should I re-roll my failures or should I just change that 4 to a 5 for 6 hits? What do y'all think?
Reroll the failures. Why not?
All right. So I got 5
5
not
dice, yep.
successes. So how many edge is that? I was trying to find it.
4 edge to re-roll the full failure pool.
Okay. Then yeah, we'll do that.
Nice. So that's 8 hits. And that is good enough. So so 5 hits wasn't good enough, but more than 5 would have been enough. So you stand there for a moment, soaking it all in, with your adept perception, sort of piecing together stuff, and then you look up, and you see where the roost was that Nova was spotting from the last time you guys were here. There is someone up there.
Right now?
There's someone up there right now. And you think, with 8 hits on perception, they're holding a directional microphone pointed at the restaurant.
I'm going to text the group and let them know that there's a feller in the spot that Nova was at, and it looks like they got a microphone. I say
Yeah.
feller. It's not. I don't know. It's somebody's up there.
I bet it's those investigators who were in the restaurant when we were there earlier. I'm going to hack into the Matrix and
I'm gonna astral.
yeah. Yeah. I'm pretty sure this is a someone we've seen before, but that's my idea. I'm going
All right, so you could make a matrix perception,
and I am going to make the 4 a 5. So that's actually 5 hits.
All right,
using edge.
Yeah, I'll turn 2 of my 4s into a 5 into 5s as well.
All right, so we're doing 5 on 5. All right. Yeah, so you do recognize the guy because you both saw him before. This is Detective Boone.
The cop who I'm not sure is cop.
He's a what is it? What is it called?
It's Lone Star.
Lone Star, private investigators. Like the
But-
private law
Lone Star.
enforcement.
Yeah, Lone Star. Yeah, it's the privatized law enforcement agency. The corporation that's running policing in Seattle, because nothing can go wrong with that.
Mhm. That sounds like a Seattle thing to do.
Amazon? Oh, sorry.
All right. Yeah.
The Twitch stream goes dead as
Yeah.
you've been
That's
just
fair. I
I, for one,
I
love
wanna
our
pop
Amazon
back- I want,
overlords.
like, dramatically, I want me and Curie to pop back into the car at the same time. I'd be like, we were right. But it's like I want us whatever Curie's gonna say, but I'm gonna be like, yep, it's Detective Boone, is what I'm gonna say.
I'm going to sweep around while I'm up there and look for maid chick.
You do not find anyone else.
Okay.
He is there alone.
Better idea. I want to delete this dude's recording data.
Okay, now you're gonna have to hack.
Yeah. Yep.
So you're gonna do a probe.
Yep.
Ooh. And that does gain you an edge, by the way, because that's a logic test.
Yep. Oh right. Yep.
Is there a way to delete it while you see it? Is that a thing? Like it's disappearing?
I mean, he's listen. I'm trying more specifically. I'm trying to unincriminate our friend who just walked in and is talking, who he just recorded.
Oh, I see. Well, she just ordered spaghetti.
But
This
the
guy
fact that-
totally saw me put the tracker on the car and like tell you that he gets off at midnight. Come on.
yeah.
Yeah, so you hack in. You want admin access or user?
Admin.
Okay. So
Going
your
for it.
Overwatch score is 2.
I feel like you should get higher Overwatch score when you're messing with the people who are in like law enforcement. I don't know how that works. Cool.
Yes, it should result in higher Overwatch score.
Terrifying.
I'm gonna zip from searching for her when I feel good that she's not there into the car real quick to check on Mr. Bell and just like manifest in the front seat, in the front passenger seat, and be like, "All good here."
It's funny that you're concerned, but I'm fine.
Goes into Astral again.
And that's enough of that.
Like, what's the next action to actually delete it? Because I just by getting admin, I just
Oh.
like get in, right?
Yeah, so that's a spoof command. Yeah.
Better.
Ooh, that is much better. Okay.
We got caught.
Your Overwatch score is now 7.
Okay.
And you believe you have completed your task.
Great.
And it's now deleted.
I hop out and I go, well, no, I want to actually, I don't hop out because I have to. Oh, wait, you've already left the place. Yeah, I can hop out. Yeah, cool. I hop out.
All right. So now you see, you've seen now sort of a steady stream of people leaving the place. It's now close to 12:30, and finally the maitre d' comes out and walks to his car. And Mr. Bell, you're invisible.
Yeah. Before, as the night's going on, in comms, I'll just let him drive a ways. When I get to a good spot, I think I'll trank patch him. That sound good?
It's your capture assignment, so sure.
And then in the Mr. Bell voice, excellent! And then I go silent again.
See, the fact that there's 2 different ones of those, weird. Weird.
When I get back to my body after checking on him, I'll share the general knowledge that that it's Boone. But I'll say to Fisher, have you looked him up at all? Have you looked him and his partner up?
Mr. the detective?
Yeah.
I believe I looked a little bit, but I can dig some more. So yeah, let me get on that.
Who are they? What are they? What do they want? Because there's
Well, they're
something.
Lone Star agents, obviously investigating the mafia, but
But to
more
what
than that,
end?
I'm not sure that
For
would
what?
necessarily be something I'd find, but yeah, sure. We'll
See
see.
what you find.
Cool.
So at this point, Luigi jumps in the car, starts it up, and drives off. Are you guys following? Or just waiting for status update?
I'm gonna give
I'm
it a
eating
minute before
spaghetti.
we leave.
Yeah, I'm eating spaghetti and waiting on a stats update. I'm doing nothing.
I lean back on my seat and I go, allowed to eat in here as long as nothing, not a crumb, not a drop, falls on the seat, please. Please.
Oh, it would be a real shame if I dropped this noodle, huh?
Don't do that. Oh, why are you? Like, I just imagined you, like, moving it around. Like, you.
I have a meatball stabbed onto my fork, and I'm like, oh, am I dropping it?
That's irritating. So I'm going to go ahead and support Mr. Bell in the astral.
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna go. I'm gonna give it a minute so that we're not trailing right behind them. But yeah, I have the tracker on it, so I know where they're going. And
Yep.
After maybe a minute or two, we'll start the car up.
So he drives off into sort of a residential neighborhood in Tacoma. About to enter some randomly named housing complex.
So is it still kind of like buildings and such, or are we in like a neighborhood, or
You're in a neighborhood?
Okay. Somewhere.
But by now it's like 12. It's close to 1 a.m. And
yeah,
so
somewhere just random, quiet neighborhood area.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's possible, but I would like to kind of creep up behind him and what's it called?
Chloroform?
Yeah, like chloroform the trank patch on him.
All right. So for the record, a trank patch, all you have to do is apply it to skin.
Mm-hmm. I know.
But that's Mr. Bell's special charm.
Yeah.
And yeah, because you're invisible, and because he rolled 0 hits on perception test earlier, you have no trouble. He does not realize what's going on until the trank patch gets stuck to his mouth.
And I just go, shh.
What's the rating on the trank patch?
Let me see what my catch is. 6.
6. And let me make sure it still does the same thing as in previous editions. Inflict stun damage equal to its rating, resisted with only body. Okay. So he's going to resist 6 stun with... So he's now struggling, not unconscious, but he has taken some damage from some stun from it.
I'll hit him with as many as it takes to put him down.
You're gonna need at least another, and probably
and then one more,
probably a third one after that.
Since I'm, well, no, because it's physical. Never mind, and I'm in astral.
So it takes the application of 3 such trank patches, but he sort of, his eyes roll back and he slumps over, and the car just sort of...
Yeah, I grab the wheel.
Okay.
And I let it slow down. Like if his foot's in the, like off the gas now, I let it slow down, but I try to drive it into like a side road of some sort, a cul-de-sac or something like that.
Go make a piloting test for me.
Good thing I took that.
Since you now have the piloting skill.
Fun fact for Nova, did you know that cul-de-sac actually translates from French into ass of the bag?
Yes, I did know that one.
You're gonna try to test Nova?
I think our good viewer friend, Mr. Vimes, taught me that one.
Yeah, I learned it from your Facebook post
Yep.
a while ago. Yeah.
My husband tells me all the messed up French.
So so Mr. Bell, you guide the car to a slow stop, guide it into an alley.
And as I have my hand on his mouth and my hands reaching for the steering wheel, in the comms, I'm saying, I got him.
Yeah.
Come on in.
Yeah, I see that by the car slowing down and pulling over on some random road. You either got all the way home or I figured you murdered him, but I
The
guess not
snark
murder.
really doesn't help.
See, I liked you better when you were the other personality, but okay. Cool. We're on our way. Actually like him better like this. At least I know what he's actually thinking. We drive that way and
Okay.
get out.
So you arrive at the car with Mr. Bell in the back and the now unconscious Luigi Bianco in the front seat.
I'll drag him out
of
the car and bring him into the van.
All right.
Take any weapons off of him.
Yeah, he is carrying a pistol and he's carrying a knife. So since you searched for weapons on him, you find both of those.
You want to check for some kind of comlink or something that might be displaying his whereabouts?
I also retrieve my tracking device.
Okay. Get a lot of mileage out of that tracking device.
In case we have to deal with them later, I'd like to obscure my face for when this guy wakes up so that he doesn't recognize me.
Wait, you know what I do want to do? After getting my tracking device, I run back to the car. I'm going to look for a Ford AmeriCar that is similar to the one that the detectives were driving when we making sure that they're not following Mr. Luigi.
Go make a perception test.
Because they were. Oh no, my perception's horrible. Wait, matrix perception or perception?
Just perception.
Oh.
But 4 hits on 7 dice. You do not. I mean, Ford AmeriCars are a dime a dozen.
But I don't think I see it.
You do not think you see the car you saw earlier that was the Lone Star car.
Okay. I go, whew, just making sure those stupid Lone Star aren't following us. Now that I've said that, they're 100% following us. But all right. I think we're good to go.
What would be in the area that's kind of abandoned? Tacoma has like a dock area.
Yep, it certainly does. You have visited said dock area fairly recently.
Right. I know it's a little jarring dealing with me like this, but when I'm actually able to operate, I get a moment of free will, and that's it. So if you have questions, now's the time. But until then, should we go to the dock somewhere a little isolated and give this guy his message?
Sure. What's your...
what are the code words to set your brain free?
I wish I knew that.
Cool.
Good to know. What's your actual name? Like not Mr. Bell. Cool. That's fine.
It's an awkward, really awkward ride.
So if we have an awkward van ride, we'll bring this session to a close, and you can deliver your wake-up call next time. We do have some things to do before we wrap up.
Yes.
Yes. So we have our winners and we have our roundtable introductions.
Yes, this is your last chance to type in hashtag RemPC in the chat. Donate to remalternis.com/Nuyen for bonus entries, or go to patreon.com/remalternis. Yeah, Jen, show it all off. Oh, look, that's your fire prop. It lights up. Oh man. Oh, that's some fiery, cool effects. This is part of what you can win right now. Rainbow Anarchy, Pride Flag and Anarchy sticker. And then I always forget the word for it. What is it?
We call it the Rainbow Glitch Biohazard Patch.
Biohazard. Rainbow Glitch.
Nice.
So
And there are only 2 of these made, and this is the second one, so super limited edition.
Oh.
I want it. So get your Pride Pack by typing hashtag RemPC in the chat right now to get your entry for free. And we're going to call that in just a minute. But why don't we do our intros while we get all of that organized? Cool beans?
Yeah.
I'm Rem. Hi. So you can find us all over the place. It's Rem Alternis. We are a nerdy media production company. We do live streams on Twitch at twitch.tv/Master of Rem if you want to see more shows like this. We do Shadowrun 2 days a week there. We do Paranormal Albany, which is a Dresden Files RPG. We do Like Clockwork, which is steampunk fantasy D&D. And we do community game nights so that you can come play with us and hang out, and we pick a board game or a role-playing game and just have fun. So all of that is at twitch.tv/Master of Rem. We have a very active and supportive Discord channel you can join as well. Yeah, that's what else do we do? We've done a comic book. We produce Kickstarters now. We've been doing it for a while, but I say now because I just hired my first full-time person focused on that. So we have 12 Kickstarters coming up so far in the next year. We are doing Shadowrun's next Kickstarter, which is super exciting. So Catalyst Game Labs for the trading card game. And yeah, that's us. So hang out, give us a follow on Twitch. And I really appreciate you guys. Randy, what do you do?
Hey, everybody. I'm Randy Alvarenga. I'm a professional actor, TTRPG streamer, voice actor out of the Pacific Northwest. I am involved in a lot right now. I kind of need a break. But I'm doing Call of Cthulhu on Tuesdays, Pathfinder on Wednesdays, and this right now, some other things moving in and out. So if you want to keep up to date with what's going on, you can follow me on Twitter. That's Roller Raja. That's ROLLERRAJA to find all the cool stuff going on.
Cool. Let's pass it on to Amber.
Hi, I'm Amber. I play on Master Rem's Tuesday night Shadowrun stream for 5th Ed. And yeah, I mean, I don't have too much going on. I am really enjoying these games. Fun fact, I just started playing Warhammer on Sundays, so that's really cool. So yeah.
Cool. Jen?
I'm Jen. I'm the owner of the Geek Forge, and we have been working to this month, and it's going to go into next month because I fell behind, to feature queer and LGBTQ plus artists, writers, comics, and comic series, and comic-related media, like some TV shows and stuff that were written queer experience and the people around them. So you can check that out on thegeekforge.org. It's where we do all our posts. Also thegeekforge.etsy.com. And we do have year-round our Pride Anarchy series, which is part of what the sticker is about, where you can get patches and the bonus sticker patches. So check us out and, spread some anarchy.
Was Jen a little fuzzy for you guys too? Okay. So you cut out a little bit. So if you missed that, it was thegeekforge.etsy.com. Correct? Is that right?
Yes. Sorry,
Okay.
my hair hit my microphone.
Oh, it's the hair. So yeah, just wanted to make sure you got the important part, but Jen does a lot of cool stuff, and check it out. Roland.
Oh, hey, guys. Who am I? I'm Roland. What do I do? Mostly this. But thank you for watching this, and keep watching this, and doing all the hashtags and the slashes and stuff that Rem asks you to do. Also, I'm Rem PC at Rem Alternis, so check that out, and watch Like Clockwork on Sundays. Did I do good? I actually did a promo for once.
You did.
As awesome as ever. And Bob, where can we find you?
Oh, you can find me on Tuesday nights over on Master of Rem, where I run the Chicago Missions 5th edition campaign. We are currently in season 7, where I am causing some chaos on our poor beleaguered runners.
Excellent.
He likes to bully me, particularly. Why do you poop on me, Bob?
Excellent. You don't have to answer that on.
What?
Excellent. Well, we do have a winner, and I'm excited about this one. Our very own Amber is our hashtag RemPC winner. Yay!
Thank you so much. It is
That
a
sounds
great
true.
honor to be a recipient.
That's awesome. Congratulations. And then we do also have a donor that submitted through Nguyen. So that was Isabits. Thank you so much. And had the message for us that we all are awesome.
Yes, and there was also one more, I believe. And
No one paid for it.
They requested for me to do it.
No one paid for it. I'll just see myself out for this. It's
Well, while we were in the Green Mansion, the concierge asked if I needed a coffin. I said that's the last thing I need. But
Yes, absolutely.
Awesome.
We think all of y'all are awesome for watching us and joining and chatting with us
Yes.
and sending puns and
Yeah, especially the puns.
yeah. Except no.
I am. I'm enough for the both of us.
Randy,
No meaning yes.
you're already versus 2 of this team. Like,
I'm not versus anyone. I love every single person. It's fine.
awesome. All right. Well, thank you guys so much for joining us. Thank you, Isabits. Thank you, Amber. Thank you, all of you who enter to win every week at hashtag RemPC. We'll be back next week. I'm really excited for Rules of Cool because I get to hang out for an hour before Shadowrun and just talk with Randy and hear about all the cool stuff that Randy's working on and doing and has done. So tune in next week and we'll see you next time. Thanks, RemPCs.